for the Future Jobs, Implications of Pedagogy, Curriculation and Articulation. We also welcome and acknowledge our participants on our virtual platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our second and the very last day of a very successful two-day seminar. My name is Manini Mpele, and I will be facilitating today's session. I was hoping for a round of applause. Thank you. Appreciate it. You guys are so kind. Ladies and gentlemen, our first day was a great success. We had renowned speakers on the podium, sharing their extensive knowledge and experience, and we are hoping to end the seminar today on the very same high note. Without any waste of time, we are getting straight to our program. And at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, I will be calling upon our first speaker, who will do the recap and reflect on our first day. And his name is Mr. Matthew Skokong, who is the Regional Director at the University of South Africa. Mr. Kokong obtained his Masters of Education at the University of Potchefstroom, as well as several other diplomas. Mr. Kokong has extensive experience in the education space, knowledge and understanding of higher education systems, policies, legislations, with more than 20 years of management and leadership in educational institutions, extensive experience in budget and financial management. He has 10 years developing and managing systems, training and development of study materials. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Kokong to take us through the recap and reflections of our first day.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure whether this is an indirect protest of not having a gala dinner, or, but we will get it right with a boat trip today. That's where our gala dinner is going to be. Colleagues, we had a very tough day yesterday. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome and also to greet those who are online. Be with us. We are here in Upington. It's a nice place for us, some of us. We have opened our lungs to get as much fresh air as possible and to take it back to Gauteng. We had a very fruitful day yesterday, and all the presenters gave us a different perspective of the topic and also how they see things unfolding. And I'm going to quickly go through the points that I think they matters most to address the topic and to also to make observations of other things, and also to make observations of the views and different views of different speakers, and most importantly, to map out what I think as we go on, it might end up being recommendations of what we want to do in between, because this is a yearly event. In between the seminars, what is that we want to do so that when we come back, we know exactly what we have done. Even if the presentation is not there, it's okay. We kicked off by the welcoming of all the delegates, done in a very awkward way, but in a style, by Mr. Percy Segu, the principal of Northern Cape Rural TVET. He welcomed us, and in his welcome, he made it clear that his expectations and make sure that they are known to us, and that also they are known to the forum. And he wants some results from the forum. He further challenged the universities to play their part in taking TVET students on board. He was very clear about what he expects as far as that is concerned, to take the students on board and make sure that those students who want to continue them, they are not having some challenges. He mentioned that he is expecting some results from the articulation ventures in place. And I'm very happy that we've got people who are dealing with articulation, collaborations, and everything. From this, I think we'll also be able to map out on how we can be able to collaborate going forward in order to enhance PSET in the Northern Cape. Then we quickly moved to the Premier, who is always the Honorable Premier of the Northern Cape Province, Dr. Sol, who made it clear to us that he is expecting from the great minds that have gathered here and also from the people who are attending, something out of this forum. Also, he expressed that he is expecting some out of this forum. And he also thanked the NC PSET, Northern Cape PSET Forum, for bringing great minds together and mobilizing the sector in the Northern Cape. This is a thing that we should thank the PSET for the forum for doing, bringing us together until all the PSET sector institutions can work together in assisting the Northern Cape. He also talked about the sharing of tangible efforts towards the achievement made and enhancement of people-centered development. If we can be able to develop people and make development people-centered, then it's something that you'll be happy about it. He briefly gave us the unemployment rate in the Northern Cape, which is also now this thing is going to expose my age, which is which is something that is proud about it, and the growing GDP and the lower unemployment rate in the Northern Cape. And he indicated these are some of the factors that indicated that the government of Northern Cape is doing something as far as youth is concerned. But he also quickly mentioned that his concern about the lack of coherence from basic to higher education He said he would like to see that coherence from basic to higher education, including all other P sectors. Also, the need for schools to prepare for 4IR. You will realize that he's very passionate about 4IR and the need for the schools to prepare for 4IR and also for future revolutions. And he mentioned that 4IR and other future revolutions, these are all the things that will make us be able to go forward, and he's mentioned them as the same, two sides of the same coin, as something that we should take as we go forward. He also said that PSET should understand the human potential. We must be able to understand the human potential and also be able to stop traditional pedagogies. And this is a challenge to us, especially in the PSET sector, to stop traditional pedagogies and embrace the benefit of using technology. Immediately you ask yourself, if you have listened to the principal, Mr. Seigo, talking about the ruralness of this area and some of the challenges that they are faced with when they go and use technology. Now, if he's going to use this, the challenge is how are we gonna be able to reach those students where technology is a challenge? And also we must improve teaching and learning at a very level till we find new ways of education. This is what the Premier is expecting from us as P sectors that are operating in the Northern Cape. I hope that was too much. Good. Right. He emphasized the importance of social compact between government and other sectors. I don't know how we will be able to do this, but it's very important that the social compact between government and other sectors working together so that we can be able to assist as far as the skills development is concerned in this sector. And also talked about national resources, which is knowledge economy and digital economy. And he asked us to be able to develop this depository of skills where people can be able to go and acquire as much skills as possible. And also ask the Northern Cape PSET Forum come up and share the tangible results of this seminar. If we can be able to share the tangible results of this seminar, then we will have achieved. In other words, he was saying that it should not be a seminar where we come, we talk, and we disappear. And again, after 12 months or 11 months, we come, talk, and disappear. It must make its proceedings, findings, and recommendations known within the Northern Cape sector. That is what he was telling us about it. Colleagues, from the Premier, we could see that this is not going to be the last seminar. We are still going to gather in this way, but he wants us to be progressive and to be practical and come up with solutions that will assist the Northern Cape. Then we move on to the keynote address, which was done by Mr. Neil Bucham, where I termed it the concept presentation. In this concept presentation, he started by indicating that the current system throws out learners of economic system. Most of the learners are being thrown out economic system because of our education system. And he asked the question on how we can use technology to fail education, the current education system. I've underlined fail there because we don't think about failing the system that does not benefit us. but the youth of 1976 did it very well. They failed a system that did not benefit them. But did we repack the new one, or did we modify the old one and think that we are doing the right thing? Perhaps that's what we should be asking ourselves. And this is where now I appeal to the conscious and the unconscious minds. In other words, we must do this to fail this system consciously and subconsciously so that we can be able to come up with something new. He talked about the second brain, trusting your own guts. When he talked about people should trust their own guts, then immediately you think about whether what we teach our children, do they really trust in it or not? Then he talked about the epigenetics, that we inherit certain behaviors from our parents, and as we grow and we keep on modifying those behavior. And he also talked about the neuroscience and the models of metacognition and cognition. In other words, we must be conscious of what we are doing. We must also be conscious of what we want to achieve. I just want to see. Schooling is designed to distract people from learning. Now, this is a fundamental challenge to us. When he says that schooling, it's meant to distract people from learning. And the question that we should be asking ourselves is, why do we still go and teach children what we are teaching if we distract them from learning? And he talked about the education system that fails our learners. And that is why maybe we've got such a high rate of unemployment, and people don't qualify don't get in jobs and all those things, because we look at the people who must come and seek for jobs. And that is the type of education that we are looking at. And challenges of youth unemployment in the 4IR. We know very well that when we move in 4IR, there are challenges that our youth are facing. And it went on and on these challenges, just to make sure that we understand that if we don't take our youth along, then our youth will have challenges and they will not be able to embrace 4IR. Then he talked about the possibilities of real transformation that are brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. When it happened, it struck us, it caught us on guard, but it came up with some possibilities of transformation. And what are we doing about these possibilities of transformation? How do we reflect on it? Now that we talk about transforming what we are doing, how do we reflect about it so that we can be able to go forward? He lamented the rigid and more structured curriculum, which is punctuated by massive assessment for people to perform. We know his view, a radical view about rigid curriculum. And his view, which is also radical, although he modified it in his question and answer session, but he is not of assessment which is based on performance as we gauge it today. Curriculum that is managed by too many policies. He said we made the curriculum rigid by introducing laws after law, and those policies, and at the end of the day, we find ourselves with something that we are not able to implement because there are too many definitions. I mean, too many policies and too many laws. And he also challenged the way we define success. How we define success. We define success in terms of passed or failed. Either the student has passed or failed, and we don't bring anything into the picture here. And immediately, it brings you to what Professor Ntwasa indicated about plagiarism, copying, and all that. And said, instead of reflecting on the learner, why can't we reflect on us who set up the question paper to say, did I set the right question paper? If the learner can just copy and pass. And he also says that if the student will gauge success with passed or fail, do we really show that this is what we want to achieve? Because those students who are copying, they will just copy and they will pass, but they will not be able to go and implement when they go and do their this thing. And he make examples or use different examples to indicate what he meant by it. For an example, you'll find that we talk about acquiring money or amassing money as a success. We talk about regurgitating the textbook as success. We talk about things that we can immediately see, but do we allow the student to express and apply knowledge? And that is the question that we should ourselves be able to ask it. Then immediately talked about, moved to the need to think about open learning in a more realistic way. Oh, this, it's something that I found it very interesting because his definition of open learning, it indicates that it must be open, flexible, and allow students to do what he thinks it will benefit him in order to succeed in life, which is what most of us as academics, we don't like it. We don't like it, most of us as academics, because we think that we are the custodians of knowledge, we are the custodian of content, and nobody can pack it better than the way we do. When he talked about openness, he talked about simplification, reducing the rules. Openness, simplification, and reducing the rules as important three things that will empower learners. You could see some of the questions which were asked, especially from our chat board, where people talk about students should be allowed to choose what they want to do. Students should be allowed also to do courses in 2 fields. People talk about doing a course in medicine or doing a course in nursing, but at the same time doing a course in some modules in management. Because those are the skills that we need as we go on in life. Policies dictate what we can do. The way we have designed our system, we come up with the policies that at the end of the day, they dictate what we can do and what we cannot do. Educational technology policies came into place because we started using technology. He gave an example that 4IR, it's okay, technology, it's okay, then we start developing policies as we go on using it. But the basic thing that we need to take into consideration is that we do the basic things and we do them very well. He advocates for teaching children only basic things so that we can be able to do things well. People see values in themselves. People see values in themselves. The values we hold as people decomplicate the curriculum. You'll remember that somebody talked about the values that we hold as South Africans. And he says that they decomplicate the curriculum. It is more difficult to implement a long list of policies. Once you are governed by those long list of policies, then education becomes complex and we end up measuring success with other measures which are not measuring what people can do in life. Education system punishes people who try to do new things and fail. We know that people try new things. And when they fail, we punish them. Either we don't give them bursaries, either we don't give them funds, either we, when I grew up, there was a rule called fail to present the minimum required module to proceed into the next level. And then once you've got that one, then you are not admitted, you go back home. So it punishes those who try new things. In other words, transformation is going to be difficult because we try by all means to punish those people who try new ways, and if they fail, we punish them. Experiences of students. Then let's move on to the presentation by Dr. Green. Dr. Green talks about the experiences of students and staff during COVID. During COVID, he quickly gave us the results of what he found out during COVID pandemic about learning, teaching, and that movement from what we call traditional teaching to the new ways of teaching. And we came about with what we called a blended learning. And the issues, there were many issues that came up with the blended learning, such as the provision of data, which came sharp in most of the institutions, especially the PSET institution. How do we make sure that students have got the data? Students use many ways to access, just access to internet. It was a challenge, connectivity, it was a challenge, and students use all means of accessing internet. Some of them, they go even to the pubs in order to be able to access because there is a provision of free data there. But all these things, they put pressure on us to research new ways of teaching. And also, what he also highlighted is that during this time, when we expected that the majority of the students will fail, the opposite was true. The majority of the students passed. And you'll recall that when he talked about this, it raised some questions whether, I don't know, but that is what happened anyway. Positive pedagogy experience, use of different teaching method, pay attention to quality. In other words, as we use these different methods, we should pay attention to quality. Whether we teach online, we must also enhance digital and branding of new skills as far as this is concerned. The main challenge here, as he mentioned, is building digital capacity. And what I like about this challenge is that it is not only for learners. You'll remember that Mr. Sego expressed how student digital capacity is very low. But somebody also talked about lecturers' digital capacity being very low. So this is one thing that perhaps, as we go out of this seminar, come up with the way that we can capacitate the students as far as the digit is concerned, and also capacitate our staff as far as digitization is concerned. And also enhance capacity of academic staff to operate on this online platform so that they can be able to use them for teaching purpose. This is some of the things that he mentioned and realized that they were there. And he also mentioned that it will be a good thing if we all go there and train and enhance our academics in management and leadership skills. And he mentioned examples of how this is ignored because we concentrate only on those the subject content. Then he also mentioned how we can leverage data analytics and undertaking research and engage scholarship, engage lecturers in communities where they find themselves. Colleagues, I want us to take engaged scholarship very serious because it's one of the pillars, 3 pillars of a tertiary academic institution. And I think as a P sector, Whether we are in a TVET, whether we are engaged scholarship, is very important. And if we can start projects in our communities, and when we come in the next seminar, talk about those projects in our communities and be able to say that through our engaged scholarship, this is what we manage to achieve. I think it can help us a lot. Then we came to the presentation by Professor Ntwasa, which he started this presentation by transformation and used a very strong words. We must reject the old and accept the new. Simple as that. If you still embrace the new, the old, and you claim that you have transformed, you have not yet transformed. And that is exactly what we do. Our education system, is it the new education system or not? And he said education must make people wiser. Are we sure that we are making our children wiser? And if they are wiser, why they are still jobless? I normally say that for somebody to survive, have to be streetwise. It's a lingo that they use in most of cases. You have to be streetwise. Is the type of education that we give to children make them streetwise to operate in Africa, in South Africa, or not? Perhaps it operates somewhere in America. It's something that they can be able to do. And he also talked about critical and formative education. That is what is needed. Talked about the importance of merging informal and formal education so that it can make meaning to us. When we talk about transformed education, we should be able to talk about merged informal and the formal education. You'll remember the example that he said about how in a traditional kraal they slaughter the cow, dissect it into parts, take out parts and all those things. But when he went to school, there was nothing that enhanced what he did in an informal, traditional way. Perhaps here that's what we should look at. What kind of South Africa do we want through our education? He asked us, do we want a South Africa that is in America? Predominantly capital South Africa. And he said, once we determine what kind of South Africa we want, then we'll be able to determine what kind of education that we have. Our dreams as Africans are not individual dreams. This made me to think twice about every time we talk about Ubuntu, Ubuntu. Do we really make sure that we transform even our education system to reflect Ubuntu? Or reflect that a monopoly where we take as many assets as possible and the following day asset forfeiter comes and take them away, like it did yesterday. Africanization of epistemologies. We must Africanize them so that our children can find meaning into it. And also talk about we must make a move from knowledge consumption to knowledge production. Oh, example of Shakespeare. I'm a victim. I thought I'll quote Shakespeare today, but it's better not to quote Shakespeare because they will think that I've consumed too much of a British literature. Maybe I must quote Solplaki. Then he also talked about skills production rather than content, application of skills. If we can be able to apply skills and teach our children to apply skills, not to regurgitate the content, then it's something that will help us to transform our education. Innovation, all right, it's back. Definitely sure that it's not my age. Innovation, it's making available knowledge meaningful. You know, that simple definition of innovation. Making this available knowledge meaningful. And I thought, how simple is innovation? Then everybody can innovate and come up with new ideas. But we tend to take it from the complex way of saying when you innovate, you must come up with something unique and think abstractly out of this world. Maybe we must stop saying children must think out of this world, because then they don't make available knowledge meaningful. Universities, they must continue conducting their own research. Then government must invest and stop to invest without monitoring. And you'll remember that you talk about we don't even have an agenda for research in South Africa. Everybody does his or her own piece of research. And most of them, they end up nicely archived somewhere. Then the TVETs advocate, here his view is that TVETs, they are vocational in nature. Maybe when he said this, he was not aware that there's still another speaker who's going to talk about articulation. But he said TVETs, they are vocational in nature. And I didn't hear anybody disputing that. They produce jobs and not create job seekers. This is a very interesting one. They must produce people who can create jobs, not people who will wake up and say, "Moreba seksubwerk." And if we can do that, then the PSET will have a positive contribution because jobs will be created in the Northern Cape. Then he talked about the triple helix model of innovation. I'm not going to go in detail with it, where he talked about university, government, and industry coming together. Then you'll remember how people talked about industry not part of these discussions here. Anybody from industry here? Maybe today they're here. Good. Good. One person will start to spread the weed, the gospel. Spread the gospel that we can't do without you, industry. We need you so that we can be able to come up with innovations. Money for the research should be directed to this model, what the three has agreed upon. In other words, the universities or the P sector, the government, and the industry must sit down and agree. You'll remember how people from university talked about the college boards that are sitting down, looking at the curriculum, agreeing that this is the type of the knowledge and the skills that we'll need. But the question that we ask is that, why do we still have people when they go out, they say they've got zero experience and they can't fit into the work of, the world of work? And if we can be able to narrow that gap and make the articulation to the world of work possible, definitely sure, even when you are fresh from the university, they will not ask you how many years of experience do you have. Collaborative efforts between the three important stakeholders is critical. We can't run away from it. Because once we don't collaborate, then we are not moving towards a particular direction where we want to make sure that whatever we do in the country contributes to the development of the country. Artificial intelligence, critical driver in 4IR. That's what it's indicated there. Emergence of computers that can make unsupervised decisions speedily. He went and explained how critical is it. We cannot run away from artificial intelligence. We cannot run away, and we need 4IR to drive it. I was joking with him and I said, yeah, that's why maybe when we go to countries like China, when you get off at the airport, the computer can see whether you want to do a crime or not. I said, but these computers, they are naughty now. How do they know that I'm a criminal? As users, we have to be adaptive and find ways of using it to our advantage and create new things. If we as the seminar can find ways, even if we pack these ways of using it in small short courses, then we go to the industry and we say, this is how artificial intelligence driven by 4IR can help you to do things. Then we will be contributing meaningfully to it. And I was thinking about the Northern Cape there. And that is why this triangle in the helix model is very important, because that's where now they will come. We can start small using short learning programs and end up with whole qualifications. And you'll remember the example that he made about the drones and the banking app and all that stuff. Then the challenge that we've got here is workforce readiness. That is why when our students complete, then the employers or the industry cannot absorb them immediately because they are not ready for this. And reskilling of the workforce is very critical. And this forum, we must now come up with how do we, in between the seminars, come up with ideas of how we can reskill, especially those that cannot find work, so that these people can be reskilled and be relevant for the industry. And we cannot do it alone. We have to have industry, we have to have government, and industry don't come and throw money at us. Please throw money and mentor it. Then the critical issues that he mentioned here is about in agriculture, food security. We all know that without food and everything. I was surprised that Dr. Ntwasa, that we, even fish oil, Corona fish oil, that we imported. But we've got so many fields of sunflowers here. I've got pictures when I drive around, I take pictures of sunflowers, especially during the time that it's nice and beautiful. But I was surprised that it's because we don't beneficiate. We send the seeds somewhere, then when those two countries, they fight, then they come and sell it to us expensively. You ask yourself whether the war was war or just to make it more expensive. Then he talks about health care, he talks about education, make it accessible and unlock potentials. Let us make education accessible and it will also be able to unlock potentials. Curriculum, coaching, mentoring, innovation and business management administration. These are some of the things that we should start now to think about as we redesign our curriculum. And the idea of mathematics for all. Hey, those who are afraid of mathematics, they did not sleep well, Prof. Ntwasa. If they just think about 1 + 1 is 2. Now those, it's not mathematics, it's arithmetic. Good. Then we also talk about machine learning, deep learning, new mindset in education. We need to come up with a new mindset in education in order to transform our education. Wholesome curriculum is important as we cannot do, we can do it and we can do it. Radical transformation is needed. And you could see that the definition was very radical, simple and radical about what transformation is all about. The last one, I'll do it in 2 minutes. This one is about articulation. It raises a lot of debates and questions and everything. But that is the aim of the seminar. Encourage students to go to TVET to study for vocation. Also the emphasis that let us stop discouraging students to go to TVET. So TVET is an important sector and it will contribute to the economy of this country. And also articulation is an enabler. And it can happen upwards, downwards, horizontal, or whatever. But it's an enabler. Systemic articulation, he also talked about it. I'm not sure whether when he talked about this systematic articulation, That's where now the nursing college were touched, and somebody stepped on their toes when he talked about this, but there was a lot of debate about articulation in that field. Then specific articulation, individual articulation. She maintained that programs must be linked to make articulation possible. We should not close door to articulation, but we should open doors, and our programs should open that and make it possible. Articulation should be based on student-centric principles and done by design. In other words, it must be planned. It must not come by chance. It must be planned. And he also talked about the purpose of articulation, the roles of and responsibility, the policy implication, and emphasized the barriers. One barrier is the education and training working in silos. Oh, even within the institution, you'll also find that colleges and departments and everything working in silos. Not only now, the PSET have got a mammoth task of making sure these silos are collapsed. Change perceptions. We can talk about perceptions that when you are in the TVET, then people said, no, it's not a serious move. It's serious because it's going to create jobs. TVET university syndrome, I call it TVET university syndrome because there are those that, that's why even our children, when I say to a child, my child, you've got this kind of certificate, let's go to TVET, let me enroll you. And he says, Papa, you are not serious. Then he talks about enablers, deliberations among sectors until consensus are reached. In other words, we still come here and debate until we reach consensus. Development of collaborations. I hope Ms. Makubani is here so that we can start these collaborations as we go out here. Make appointments. Let's make sure that, because we cannot deliver without collaborating. Universities must be geared up to mentor TVET colleges. I don't know how many of you knows that UNISA is doing this very well through the education department to mentor, make sure that they've got, they're up to, that's why in the education department you even got people who are studying mathematics at the highest level so that they can come and teach mathematics. So that is the mentoring that we are doing, but we are forced by government, sorry, Unisans. It should come voluntary to realize that without mentoring them, you could hear somebody was complaining that we don't have qualified people in the TVET sector. Articulation into the new world of work, that is very critical, because without articulation in the new world of work, then our students will not be able to find what we call jobs. But world of works is not about job seekers only. It's also about job creators. Thank you very much.
Now I see why Mr. Kokong wanted me to stand next to him when he does the recap. I always hear people saying, Prof. Ntwasa, that you can take an educator out of the classroom, but you can't take the lecturing out of them. He took a whole double period and did not leave a slice for me. But because I'm empowered, I'll have a bite as well. Just 3 things that came up as well from his own recap. It's that this seminar, ladies and gentlemen, should not just be a talk show, but we are expecting tangible results. And also the curricula and policies should evolve in response to what the people are already doing. I think those are the words of Dr. Neil, Mr. Neil, sorry. And then from Prof. Ntwasa, he said yesterday that education should not create job seekers, but it should rather enable job creation. As we move along with our program, we've got our next speaker online. I can just get an indication if he's ready. He is ready. Okay. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, holds a Master's in Development Sciences from the University of Free State. He has more than 20 years work experience, and most of this he gained in the private and public sectors in terms of socio-economic development, investment, and project management. He has extensive local and international exposure and experience ranging from Africa, Europe, Middle East, Far East, and the United States of America. His passion is and always will be socio-economic development for Africa, especially South Africa and the Northern Cape, and developing regions globally. Currently, he is the acting CEO for the Northern Cape Economic Development Agency. Nceda is currently heading several macro projects in the province, especially along the Northern Cape Industrial Corridor. The latest project assigned to his portfolio is the Northern Cape Green Hydrogen Strategy. I thought only this thing sabotages people, but even our own tools, this is what we mean when we say we need to be responsive to the changes in our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Mr. Hendrik Low online. Mr. Low, you've got exactly 40 minutes. When the screen turns black, just know it's indication from me that your time is up. Over to you, sir.
Morning, Madam Chair, and also morning to all the colleagues present in the audience. Thank you for this sterling opportunity. I just wanted to extend to arrange for my presentation to be uploaded. I have forwarded to Gabriel and subsequently also my colleague, on my right-hand side, Mr. Sean Modise, has also got functionality we can upload. But while we are being
Mr. Law is still on the line? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems as if we lost Mr. Law.
No, you didn't lose me. I think it was just a quick changeover.
Okay.
And going to that slide, as colleagues, for us, just as a reference, is the we need to rapidly advancing the elements of broader economic growth and that sectoral principles. Now, taking that from a 98 billion, seeing that our national sectors allocation with grant allocation with equity combined is around about 19 billion. You can see that we really advancing it tremendously, substantially dependent on the tertiary sector, and then also furthermore grow the primary sector, but ultimately the tertiary sector in tangent with the primary sector. The primary sector remain the key driver for us, and we can see that our biggest GDA drivers in terms of these sectors remain our mining and quarrying, finance, real estate, business services, and this is the tertiary sector, and then our wholesale, retail, government in general. So for us, the concern remaineth is we need to literally drive our economy to, one, either expand our primary sector, which is also not conducive because this will lead to a scenario whereby we will just extract our resource faster. And the barrier achievement for us, they will be is to advance literally the secondary sector. And in the secondary sector is the value addition. Our two key hinging factors on that continuously being access to world-class infrastructure and then certain energy results. Now, when we look at our approach for that, our approach is very strongly situated on the drive by the national government, but also by us as provinces. And our focus is substantially on Big Frontier 1, green hydrogen, and you will see that the announcements by Honourable Madam Creasy and Sasol yesterday at the Africa Energy Conference, it's literally provoked the global fraternity to reference then the impetus that we place as South Africa on the just energy transition process, but also in addition the tremendous role that South Africa, specifically the Northern Cape, will play based on our resource base in terms of radiation and wind resource. So Big Frontier 1 for us is a tremendous driver, and it's supported industries and infrastructure as Big Frontier 2, and then also looking at our manufacturing, logistics, and export. Now, let's just quickly think about this, and you'll see later on this principle whereby we are focusing on several SCZs, industrial parks, the Boegoeberg Supply Harbour and Road Solution. And then, I mean, in terms of Big Frontier 4, it's by the way, we can smoke it and roll it as we go about. And then also in terms of Big Frontier 5, the application of principles as we develop. On the next slide, you will see the situation when we incorporate into the South African economy. If we incorporate into the South African economy, and we extract what the impact will be for the Northern Cape in terms of if we implement Big Frontier 1. Now, Big Frontier 1 is linked to the Northern Cape 1 green hydrogen strategy. And if we look at the Northern Cape green hydrogen strategy, this is a premise referenced by the last 20 years by Japan already. It's the global reference of let us once again, the continuous role of green hydrogen. And then last but not least, as you do know, and the reference was made about the principle of the tension that we have in Russia and Europe. From a diplomatic premise, we are saying that there is a tension position between Ukraine. This is why, and Russia, but this is why we can see, and we've been spending quite a bit of time from Barcelona up further north, and on a daily basis we are engaged with European partners. If Europe has to issue notice of lead banks to keep the communities from freezing to death because they've got an energy shortfall, it's also not just in South Africa where we've got a scheduled lights out, and it's not due to the Queen's passing, but it is also then as a reality in London currently. And this has been brought about by the dilemma that we're seeing. So globally, this is sought after. And I think coming from COP26 last year, and this is also the messaging that we're receiving from our intelligence for COP27, that they will be incentivizing for green origin project and green process. But in the same vein, there will be definitely also penalization then. The carrot and stick approach for those carbon-intensive industries continuing to produce. And this is why we can see that currently in the world, China is the biggest investor in green energy, moving along from solar, wind, and then electrolyzer capacity and introducing it to their grid and complementing their expiring current hydro infrastructure that they've built over many, many years, since the early 1950s. So this energy demand crisis transition is two factors. The JP was spoken about in 2015 in Paris, agreed to, but I think with the political tension, what Europe is facing, but also from a global community, this global society saying that the advent of this just energy transition process, earmarking 2050 for conversion of energy source. We do know that there are certain developing countries, i.e. India, saying that the electricity source is a fancy, and the developed world has built their developed worlds based on the developing world's resources and utilizing carbon-intensive fueling. Now, the important part of this is, why do I emphasize and really elaborate on this, is to say that as it stands right now, local industry and mobility has got the potential to reach 20 billion in terms of that. And if we look at the situation in terms of the fiscal implication, the fiscal implication for us is very important. If we achieved in 2022 130 billion rand in terms of GDP, pardon, I see the slide has been moved over more to the Northern Cape slide. On the previous slide, you'll be spoiled with the fiscal implication. 2030, we were, in terms of estimates, IHS Global Insight forecast modeling, we should have been then on 132 billion. By 2050, we should have been on 135 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, if we implement, and as we are implementing the Buchelberg project, this inclusive then of a 40 gigawatt green hydrogen intent, and combined then with a special economic zone, complemented in addition then with the port, the deport and harbour. Just in terms of phase 1 by 2030, this will give us a net contribution of 600 billion ZAR, 12 billion USD. If we then relay it to normal local implementation forum reference, that will give us around about 35% localized. All of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to the position that by 2030, the Northern Cape GDP can increase to 210 billion rand. Now, if we escalate this over our full ambition of a 40 gig, which is a 4.8 trillion rand investment with its auxiliary services, that brings us to a GDP in 2050 for the Northern Cape of 1.68 trillion rand estimated. So the investment trend there is extensive. As you can see on the current slide in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, to underpin all of this, and you saw the previous slide dealing with the lights, we're also busy not just with the Buchelberg project, but also then the likes of the Prieska Power Reserve, ETC, and looking at several are now creating industrial centers that will offer world-class infrastructure to assist in supplying the primary sector, but also then adding value to what the primary sector produce, one. But in addition, furthermore, is also then is combining the resource and energy in terms of green resolve to supplement it. Now this literally starts, we know that the next 100 years of mining, especially in terms of all your rare earths, heavy minerals, West, Northern Cape lines, and in the Kathu Industrial Park. We move then into the Uppington Industrial Park, and then from there we move into the Namakwa Special Economic Zone. Now, the Namakwa Special Economic Zone, we are on the advent of its designation. The anchor investor, Vedanta Zinc International, already advanced its first 13 billion, seeded it in July, and announced its next 7 billion, and advancing to the full mercy of a 26.8 billion investment that will warrant in this zinc smelter. This is then also interrelated with additional investments that we have in terms of energy ore processing, because a byproduct of this is then in addition is the sulfuric acid, which is a pertinent prerequisite for ore leaching. And it combines us then with the initiating factor. But the critical thing for us is it can't be a mine-based SEZ, because we have to prepare for life of mine, and therefore the transition to activate 4,500 hectares along the Orange River, also looking at the construction and the energy sector and the auxiliary services. This is just to snapshot you. The methodology in this is also from a pivotal reference in terms of mining, progressively then centering out and then activating your mineral processing, petrochemical, but also noting that just on the next slide you will start seeing we are moving into the Buchelberg project, and that project's advent is a greenfield project requiring an industrial support base which the Namakwa SEZ will play. So pertinent transition, mining to agriculture, and then we move. On the next slide, I think you will clearly then also see whereby the actual contribution. Now, it always warrants us to say, this is big investments. As government, one of our key prerequisites, part of our morning meetings and afternoon meetings here, is to say, let's just, for instance, take the Namakwa Special Economic Zone. The prerequisite to basically be in a position to implement this project is access to bulk and reticulation infrastructure to the amount of 2.8 billion rand. But that 2.8 billion rand is taxpayers' money well spent, catalyzing just in terms of phase 1 of the Vedanta project at 26.8 billion. Also then in terms of the other investors that we are looking at 22 billion, ramping up to 220 billion investments over the term. So colleagues, this investment to the South African fiscus, GDP 5.8 billion rand in terms of OPEX, and 6.7 billion rand once off from the CAPEX. And I think very important for us is the employment figures, and you can see them on the right-hand side. But center point middle is the annual contribution directly to the fiscus. The heavily burdened recovering from the likes of what we had in terms of COVID, also bearing the cost of unemployment and addressing our social scheme of doing things. On our next slide, you will see then that we have extensively then also broken down the Buchelberg SEZ. Now this SEZ is literally the nucleus reference point, and as mentioned, it was clear from Minister Creasy's presentation yesterday. It was clear from the Sasol announcements that we're doing in partnership that the Buchelberg project is the South African export destination. And this is directly linked to one factor, our competitive advantage in terms of our renewable energy and our access to the coastline for desalinated water. So ladies and gentlemen, with that activation, you can see us moving are pertinent industries. These are industries currently provided. And if I may quote Minister Gwede Mantashe, he frequently writes to remind myself, our Premier, the HOD, and then also Masopa Mashweshwe from the presidency to say, you green guys must remember that the employment that you'll be creating within this context is not just Northern Cape based, because literally with this project we can resolve the Northern Cape unemployment question. Remember that within the South African context, this project is not just for the Northern Cape. This project is more important for SA Inc., South Africa Incorporated, and then for the global energy demand cycle currently. In the sense that we need to relieve, at this stage, 70,000 in the fossil fuel mining side, but 130,000 people involved in the fossil fuel industries. Now, ladies and gentlemen, taking this into consideration, this project is a vital process for socio-economic transformation in the South African context. But more importantly is our skill sectors. Now, if we look at this slide that you can see now, the complexities of the industry. Our benefit is that we've got 12 years and 5 gigawatt of existing infrastructure in terms of renewable energy. We've got a base to experience, but remember, it took us 12 years, ladies and gentlemen, to get to the point of 5 gigawatt. When we activate 40 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity, for 1 gig of electrolyzer capacity, we require 9 gigawatt of renewable energy. So all of a sudden, we're starting to speak a language of 400 megawatt of renewable energy. We start to speak a language of 450,000 hectares that must be placed under wind and solar generating capacity. We have to start talking about desalination of over a billion megaliters scenario in a accumulated fashion for SEZ Harbour, PEM technology, cooling solution, etc. Now, desalination plants of this magnitude does not exist in the world currently. And this is what we have to look at. Furthermore, is the generating capacity on site of co-locating green hydrogen, and pardon me if I reference that it's a highly volatile chemical, and then transition it into, at that stage, ammonia, and ultimately with carbon capture into PTX, which is synthetic fuels. Now, all of that is provisioned for in terms of the Buchu BEV project. The industry, but very importantly is the vital logistics that we are seeing at as well. Because if we do not have the vital logistics of port and rail connectivity, ladies and gentlemen, we will also have a shortfall. Now, the slide that you see right now on your screen, that is the conservative slide. When we start building the port, the SEZ, and we get the electrolyzer capacity going, we are moving into the ambience of saying that Richtersveld municipality currently has a population of 12,500 people. By 2035, there will be 75,000 people, 25,000 employees. Okay. So colleagues, I think that one is quite important, and we need to move on that quite rapidly. And just understanding this is our skill sector. When we move into the next slides, you will see whereby we will be starting to break down just in terms of skill sets. And now if we look at the renewable energy side, we can look at the unskilled side, the skilled side, the skilled professionals. We look at the skilled artisans, the skilled management level. We look on the other side in terms of electrolyzers, synthesis, and general management. Fairly similar skill, but now all of a sudden our periphery of semi-skilled, skilled, and skilled management levels start shifting substantially. The numbers also shift substantially with development, renewable energy having a heavy burden, but then with the stability of production, your need for that then will move for continuum into the electrolyzer synthesis, etc. Breaking down to next level detail, you can literally start seeing this breakdown, and I'm not going to bore you with all these details. This is coming from the South African. We would like to appreciate Dr. Thomas Ruiz and his team and Dr. Becker. Diligent, good work done on that. Colleagues, So you can see the short, stringent timelines. What is portable skills currently in South Africa that we can transition directly into the industry? And what is new generation skills to be generated per se? We are currently busy also with a skills analysis to spatially plot our population, population profile, institution, and then the curricula and what is required. And the penultimate we hope to achieve by the 28th of October this month to achieve that. But a lot of work going forward in terms of this. This is just to give you a bit of reference in terms of the engineering side and the actual integration from piping, electrical, your civils, your heavy lift, your waste management solutions, and then ultimately we tend to forget the auxiliary components with the movement of people. This is not just the only node. I'm going to briefly rush through this. This is actually our next priority with the president's arrival and then several ministers. But the Uppington Industrial Park, elaborative, is then on the next slide more the context of the designs. Pardon the green lawns. We had to inform our architects that water is not in abundance as this nature for green lawns. And then on the next slide, you'll get more a sectoral breakdown of our focus points and our current occupation. For us, there's a two-folded or a two-prong approach. One is to enhance synergy for assembly, logistics, and possible manufacturing, complementing our airport services, also the long-standing relationship of nearly 30 years with the OEM vehicle suppliers and test, the agricultural sector, but also activating in partnership with David Kruger Municipality additional land acquisition. Because as we know, the current ownership base in the Uppington economy is a very dormant and a stagnant ownership base. And we need to expand this ownership base and really advance it towards an empowered, participative ownership base. So as an infrastructure base of available land to be serviced, we then want to utilize to bring this to play. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we in the process of investing 50 million rand on this project, but in doing so in the last 2 years, and I want to literally applaud the private sector. Private sector has already spent 293 million. So the moment we announced and we started the process, private sector came to the party. And this is the notion of partnership that we see along these projects. This is the notion of how does government contribute with world-class infrastructure and arrangements, and then private sector activate then investment funding. There is an additional 1,500 possible jobs, and we are very excited on the notion of this project. Ladies and gentlemen, that's out there. Thank you.
The rules yesterday set by Mr. Jerry colleagues was that until the MC gets to the podium, you keep those heads coming. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hendrik Lowe, for that presentation. Once more, colleagues, the need for partnerships highlighted to ensure that our high-impact projects in the province are successful. And thank you to our speaker for highlighting the skills that, as the P said, partners need to note or to always be reminded as we produce students or as we fund programs to ensure that we are contributing to those and contribute towards poverty alleviation in the province. Thank you for that, Mr. Hendrik Lowe. Just to remind each other, colleagues, of the rules. Kindly note your comments or your questions or whatever inputs that you may have. We will be having our discussions briefly. The colleagues or the participants on our online platforms, you can drop your comments or your inputs as we go along. We will go through them as we go through our program. Right now, colleagues, going to our next presentation. which is by Mr. Charles Pule from the office of the CEO at the QC2O. I am waiting for something from Mr. Charles Pule to show there. Nothing yet. Okay. Mr. Charles Pule, ladies and gentlemen, will be taking us through his presentation in a short while. Can we have it projected already? We do apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. There's been some slight amendments to our program. And his bio. We thought that maybe Mr. Pule doesn't like to be in the limelight because this was not received this morning. So Mr. Charles Pule Makoko is a dynamic, highly experienced and qualified individual with 24 years experience in education and training, quality assurance and curriculum design, and with hands-on experience in various roles. His career started as an ABET coordinator at ArcelorMittal in Vanderbilt Park Works, formerly known as ISCO, in 1995. That's my hometown, by the way. In 1996, he joined Maharing Secondary School as a biology teacher, promoted as head of department in 1998. And then in 2001, he was a deputy principal. In 2005, he joined the Gauteng Department Head Office as a deputy education specialist, responsible for assessments for TVET colleges. He later joined the Department of Higher Education as the deputy principal responsible for academic affairs at Tshwane North TVET College until 2017, when he left the country to join his family in Atlanta, Georgia, in the USA. While in the USA, he established a non-profit company called World Education Network, whose objective was to find work placement for students struggling with workplace training or work-integrated learning. Coming back in the country in 2021, he joined the QC2O as a TVET specialist, a role that is aimed at raising the profile of the QC2O and building the capacity of TVET colleges towards the implementation of occupational qualifications within the occupational qualifications sub-framework. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Charles Pule. He's not here yet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and apologies for the mix-up in terms of the program that was planned by the committee. You know, some of the conflicting commitments, you know, we have to make sure that we somehow comply. When we are called, sometimes we ask how high should we jump. So yes, apologies for not being here yesterday. Colleagues, the brief that was given to the QC2O was as simple as talking to issues of articulation. However, due to some changes that are happening in the country currently, particularly in the PSET sector, we felt that it is important that instead of focusing only on the articulation aspect, we rather speak to you about the new policy that the minister has recently signed that is called the OQSF, and it's within that policy framework that we will begin to find out exactly where the issues relating to articulation manifest. In terms of the program outline, colleagues, there are 16 items there. I'm not going to speak to all those issues. I will only stop at slide 13. That's what I've requested the technical team. I think we can move on. Like I've said, colleagues, the purpose of my presentation today is to present to you the policy that the minister signed last year in October. The policy that speaks to it's called the OQSF policy. This policy, colleagues, it's, you know, my boss normally calls it a game changer because it's bringing a change that the country always desired, the change that was not there. I will speak briefly to that, but in terms of its origin, colleagues, the origin of this policy, it lies in what the Minister of Basic Education will normally speak to every time when she announces the results. There is this statement that she will make to say, 12 years ago when this class of, let's say, 2010, let's use the class of 2010 in the next slide as an example. She will say, when the class of 2010 started, it started with 1.1 million students. But today, as they graduate, there is about 712 students. If we can move to the next slide, that's what I'm talking to now. You see, whenever she makes a presentation she will tell you that, I don't have control. Oh, I can control it. Oh, sorry, technology. Yes, she will normally say the class of 2022, it started with a cohort. This cohort had 1.1 million students, but as they graduate today, there's only around 712. That in itself, colleagues, is highlighting the biggest challenge that this country is having. And this was her statement last year. And in that statement, colleagues, what she is really saying is that there's about 387,000 students who fell along the way between grade R to grade 12. And that in itself is a serious problem. And this problem continues, it persists in terms of affecting our country. We are having a lot of students that are falling or that are dropping out from basic education, those that are falling from the TVET sector itself, from the CET colleges and all that. And this is just but a drop in an ocean. However, in responding to that, what the Department of Higher Education did, colleagues, through the white paper on post-school education, it established what we call the post-school education training, which is a space that is meant in terms of dealing with this problem that we are faced with as a country. What the white paper on post-school education is trying to do, colleagues, is that it's trying to realign some of the purposes that some of these institutions that we are having in a country were established for. Let's pick one of these institutions, like your TVET colleges. When the colleges were established originally, the purpose was to serve the industry. The purpose was to meet the needs of the industry. That was the purpose of the TVET colleges. That's why you will find that all the students, particularly those who were enrolled in terms of engineering-related qualifications, they will first have to have a contract of employment before they were enrolled at TVET colleges. But with time, that changed. And that's why today, colleagues, we are sitting with the biggest problem that this country is facing, which is unemployment. It's because this sector for the past years has been focusing mainly on producing students, but not who are going to meet the needs of the industry. But somebody somewhere was making a determination in terms of which programs or what qualifications needs to be offered to the students. So the biggest challenge that we are faced with is most of the graduates that are coming out of this sector, they were unable to gain meaningful employment. There are reasons for that, colleagues. One of the biggest problems that the sector is faced with, you know, with the change in terms of policies and all that, we stopped giving practical skills to the students in TVET colleges. Our focus was mainly on producing good results. And how were we achieving this? We will achieve this by mainly preparing the students for examination, and we stopped exposing them to the workshops. And this created a problem wherein you'll find that most of the graduates that are coming out of the TVET colleges, they were not having the kind of skills that the industry needed. So as a result, we found that there was a misalignment between what the sector was expected to do and what the TVET colleges were expected to do. And now in addressing this problem, the Department of Higher Education and Training established two types of colleges. This is in the next slide. Oh, I'm forgetting. Apologies, colleagues. So because of the mismatch that was there, and because of this high level of dropouts that we're talking about, we find that the country currently, we are sitting with about 9 million. This is according to the recent statistics from Stats SA. 9 million young people who are neither in employment, education, or training. We call them the needs. This is a huge number, colleagues. And besides that, in terms of the recent statistics, as outlined in the second quarter, you'll discover that it is about 33.9% of the people who are unemployed. And this, colleagues, is created mainly by also the effects of COVID. We know that a lot of people have lost their jobs and all that, and that number has gone up substantially. The other issue that we are facing as a country as a problem is this increasing percentage of poverty. You'll find this in your recent statistics from the SA stats, that there's about 55.5% of people who are living on the poverty line. And this in itself is a challenge, colleagues. And issues of increasing inequality, colleagues. This one, it happens in a number of fronts. What we are trying to explain here is that the people that are coming from privileged environment, they continue to gain more in terms of the economy because they get exposed to best education and all those kind of things. And the majority of our young people, they are excluded from gaining in terms of that. In terms of employment, in terms of work exposure, there's a number of things that are happening because of how our society is structured. So the other problem that we are faced with, colleagues, is that there's a huge change in terms of the workplace. You know, I'll speak to the presentation that Mr. Lowe just made now in terms of trying to articulate some of these issues. You know, he highlighted a list of skills that are needed here. But if you were to look at what our institutions, particularly in the PSET sector, are offering, it's opposite to what the needs of the province are. And that in itself is a serious challenge because we are not preparing the people for the jobs that are there. So that in itself is a serious challenge that we need to confront, but we'll find a way. I will speak in terms of how are we going to deal with that. And the other issue is, you see, when industrialization started, around 1700, you know, with those guys like Henry Ford and them, manufacturing certain things there, like cars and all that. There was a purpose why the schools were set up the way they were set up. Why students had to sit in rows in classrooms. Why, when we were in the assembly, we would have to have the short one in front and the tall one at the back. The purpose was simple, colleagues. It was to prepare ourselves for the world after work. However, with time, the industry has changed. You go and look at the top industries in the world, like it might be Facebook, it might be Google, it might be Amazon, any of those. And you go and look at how work is done in those industries. It's quite different to how it happened at the beginning. But I can assure you, if you go into our institutions, you'll find that the students are still taught the same way. And that in itself is one of the barriers in terms of what the world wants to achieve and what the institutions want to achieve. So we are talking about issues of adopting, that institutions are taking time to adopt. And I've heard the speaker, when I arrived, talking about that, to say there's a need for us to adopt, because we are talking of a generation of young people now, the millennials. These are called digital natives. They are born in an environment wherein we are having smartphones, wherein there's connectivity, where there is all sorts of things. And they don't like the way we are exposing knowledge to them, because we are still using the traditional methods. So there is a need for us to transform as a country and as institutions of higher learning, particularly those in the PSET sector. We must move away from the issue of rote learning, colleagues, wherein we are only imparting knowledge and we are assessing students on the basis of the knowledge component. We must begin to produce the students who are able to, how do I present this students who are able to deal with problems, because what we need to do now moving forward is, because of the way the world is changing or evolving around us, we must begin to prepare our students for jobs that are not yet available, which is critical. Because if we are still going to offer what was offered 10 years ago, it means we are not doing justice to our communities. We can see even currently the effects that COVID had. The workplace have changed, the walls were broken down, people are working from home. Are we focusing in terms of providing that kind of an environment for our students, wherein they are able to work beyond time and space? Meaning, wherein they are able to learn anywhere in the world where they are not confined in the classrooms. So there is this paradigm shift that has to happen in all fronts. So we need to move away and make sure that we provide our students with practical skills. What skills are these? These are your 21st century skills. Skills that will make students to be able to collaborate, work with others, wherein they are able to think critically. So that in future, when they are confronted with problems, they should not go to the textbook and try to find a solution, but they should be able to deal with solutions, because we'll have prepared them to be able to deal with solutions. So these are some of the problems that the white paper on post-school education and training, colleagues, is highlighting, to say, you know, the world has moved so much around us, but we haven't changed as institutions of learning. And definitely we had to change. So when it comes to the PSET sector, what the white paper on post-school education has done is that it has established two types of colleges in response to these challenges that we are having. We all know that these TVET colleges were called FET colleges before. And do we know the reason why they are called TVET colleges now? Is to begin to be responsive colleagues, for them to begin to be relevant in terms of what the economy needs, in terms of what the students need. So we definitely have to we will speak to that. There's an important issue that was raised also by the previous speaker, where he was talking about vocational education. And the question is, do we still need vocational education, or do we have to change direction and look at occupational qualifications instead of vocational qualifications? Because vocational qualifications, colleagues, by nature, they prepare students to be generic in nature. You prepare students to participate in the hospitality space, but he is going to do a number of programs with regard to that. They are not specific to the careers that they will be moving into. You'll find a student who's doing hospitality being subjected to doing customer service, being subjected to doing a little bit of food preparation, doing car, what is this, tour guide, and all those kind of other, areas. And you look at the industry itself to say, but why are these industries employing so many students that are coming from foreign countries? And when we begin to engage the industry, they will tell you that the students that are coming outside the country, they are specialists. They've specialized in terms of their career. You'll find that a student is a cook or a chef, a student is a mixologist or is a bartender. They go and get qualification for that. So with us in our country, we are still, with the vocational education, we are providing our students with a little bit of this and that and that. And in that way, we are not preparing our students for the real work that, they will have to choose between all the programs that they will have done at the college. So we definitely have to move away from that. The white paper on post-school education, colleagues, it went further and explained what the purpose of specifically the TVET colleges is. There's a reason why I'm speaking to the TVET colleges, and I will weave this nicely towards the end. The purpose of the TVET college is to prepare students for employment and self-employment. And the OQSF policy that I'm going to talk about, colleagues, it's trying to address that issue. And I will explain as we go to the next slide to say, where did this juncture happen and how are we going to close that gap? We must begin to, as institution, offer responsive qualifications. Qualifications that prepare students for jobs that are there. Not a whole bouquet where they have to choose after completing as to whether am I going to be a tour guide, whether am I going to be, because all these programs or subjects, you'll find them within one qualification. So that is not assisting us as a country. I've spoken about the 21st century skills, colleagues. Now, with regard to the reaction to these problems, the PSET sector was established. And within the PSET sector, which is 2 TVET colleges and your universities, it's your TVET college, your CET, and your universities there. And there's a change that is coming, colleagues. I think there's another set of universities that are getting established. There's a master skills plan document that the ministry has released of late for comments, which is talking about other types of universities and colleges. So there's going to be a change again in terms of the PSET sector because we are trying to be relevant. So in terms of what was happening previously, you'll find that Umwalusi was responsible for qualifications between NQF level 1 to NQF level 4. And then in terms of universities, they were responsible for all qualifications between NQF level 5 to NQF level 10. I'll explain that. And we all know, I've given you that problem to say, most of the students who were dropping out of the system, they didn't know where to go to. Now we are having 2 types of colleges that are meant to provide these young people with skills, which are your CET colleges and your TVET colleges. And they are now the responsibility of a new quality council, which is called the QCTO. So now I'm going to take you through this policy, what it really means. This is the NQF as we know it, the National Qualification Framework, which is more of a comprehensive system that classify and register qualifications for our country. This is how we used to know it. But this policy, as signed by the minister, it has changed the NQF. This is the new NQF, colleagues. This NQF, it has got 3 sub-frameworks. The first sub-framework is the one that we know, the GenFact, which has always been there, which is responsibility being NQF level 1 to NQF level 4. The second sub-framework, it has been the higher education, the higher education sub-framework, which has been the responsibility of Council for Higher Education. Now, this policy that I'm telling you about today, it has introduced the 3rd sub-framework, which is called the occupational sub-framework. Why this occupational sub-framework? If we were to look at these, colleagues, this is where you will find your schools and your TVET colleges and your CETs today. And because of this structural defect, I'll refer to it as that, as a structural defect, colleges at some stage were perceived as glorified high schools. They were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. That is to prepare the student for the real world of work. There was that deviation over time. It's unfortunate because of time, I won't be able to show you those policy changes that occurred over time. So now what is going to happen moving forward? your TVET colleges and your CETs, between 2023 and 2027, they will gradually move out of this space into this new space, wherein they will be offering qualifications that are focusing at preparing students for occupations. You will look, you will see how all these qualifications are named. They all have occupation in them. What does that mean? It means these sub-frameworks, the focus is mainly to provide the students with skills that the economy needs. Okay? When you look at this, there is a combination of all this. A recent transformation in terms of the basic education, we are having 3 modes now of delivery, or 3 pathways that have emerged now out of. We are having your academic stream, we are having your vocational stream, and now we are having the newly introduced occupational stream. This is in the space wherein students will be prepared within the schooling system to achieve those objectives. But in terms of the TVET and CETs, the focus will mainly be on, from the word go, colleagues, the focus will be on imparting skills that are needed. You see, in terms of the presentation that Mr. Lowe did, he has shown us a list of the skills that this province require. What that means, colleagues, is the CET or the PSET sector, it must begin to change its offering and move into that direction, because that's where the jobs are. We should stop training students on jobs that do not have opportunities, because it is clear from that list that there are jobs that are coming. And the only way of making sure that there's economic growth in this province is for us to realign in terms of what the province needs. So all the program qualification mix, whether it's for the university, whether it's for the TVET college, whether it's for the CET, it must be in line with these new jobs that will be emerging. Some of them are not yet there, but they are still coming. So we had to prepare our young people for those jobs. So that's why the occupational qualifications are important, because we are saying we will be providing these young people with skills. So you will see how these qualifications are outlined, colleagues, in terms of this. But in short, if we were to summarize what this OQSF means, is that there should be a parity of esteems between the sub-frameworks in the NQF. What does this mean? Is that between these sub-frameworks, there shouldn't be any that is deemed to be important than any. All these sub-frameworks, they've got value, they've got a contribution to make to this country. The focus here, it will be in terms of providing the skills that are needed by the industry. Here, they can satisfy any other need that is out there. Are we clear, colleagues? And then we know what roles universities had to play. Right. So, yeah, that is the first thing. The second thing that this new NQF is trying to communicate to us is that for the first time, that's why our CEO is calling this a game changer, the OQSF policy. For the first time, TVET colleges will have their own home. Remember, they were sharing this sub-framework with schools and everybody else. For the first time, there will be institutions of choice for the QCTO. Just like universities are institutions of choice for council, for what is that? For council for higher education. So what's going to happen here, schools will belong to Umalusi, they will continue belonging to Umalusi. TVET colleges will belong to the QCTO, which is the Quality Council for Trades on Occupation, as a quality council. Are we clear, colleagues, in terms of this change? Right, so that's what it means. So TVET colleges are belonging somewhere. QCTO will develop skills programs that are needed by the CETs, and CETs will have to offer those. So what is important about these colleagues is that everybody in the PSET, whether you are a seater, whether you must begin to support. We must begin to support the CET and assist them in terms of aligning their program offering in terms of what is needed in the province. So the role of QCTO and the OQSF colleagues is also to guard against proliferation of skills programs. I think you are all aware that before the introduction of this policy, and currently, we are having lots and lots of skills programs. Some of them are similar. So some of these skills programs, colleagues, are going to cease to exist from next year. They are going to be phased out, and they will be replaced with new qualifications. I'll speak to that now. And then the other important issue is that as the PSET sector, we must begin to be responsive to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan of the country. There are qualifications that are listed out of what we call the ERRSS. And some of those that Mr. Lowe was speaking to, you'll find them there. There's about 105 qualifications which are currently a priority for our country that have been identified to be assisting in terms of taking people out of poverty. Qualifications like cell phone repair, colleagues. If we look at our communities, who is repairing cell phones? Our friendos, where are they coming from? Why our own students, why our own graduates cannot be able to close that? Let's look at hairdresser as a qualification. Who has occupied that space in this country? And we are saying there's about 9 million young people in this country who are currently unemployed. So we must begin to look at those qualifications. You'll find them in a document that is called the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Skills Strategy from the DHET. They are listing all those. So as a PSET sector, whether you are a SETA, whether you are a TVET, whether you are a CET, we must begin to respond to those. So the role of QCTO is to develop those qualifications. We have developed some, and we will be communicating, we'll be doing the roadshows to different sector partners to tell them more about this. Colleagues, something was said about articulation. To say, where are the TVET sectors articulating? The QCTO is clear to say we are preparing these young adults and these young people for occupations. This is something that is unique. We are not preparing them for jobs that are not there. We prepare them for jobs, for opportunities that we know are there. That's why you will see when it comes to qualification development, we develop qualifications that have got relevance. That's why from next year, colleagues, a number of qualifications will be phased out. And this is something that the OQSF policy is talking about. And these are some of the qualifications. We've got 1,451 qualifications that will be phased out between 2023 and 2027. And amongst them, we have got these, the NATED N1, 2, and 3, which is phasing out urgently. The minister is saying he cannot wait. They are phasing out. And they are going to be replaced by occupational qualifications. There are discussions around N4 to N6. One of the discussions is recalculation, that they need to be recalculated to be aligned to occupational qualifications. That is, students must come do theory, and then they must go into the simulations or into the practicums and do the practicals. And then after that, they must go to the workplace. We'll talk to that now. So all these qualifications, colleagues, are phasing out because they don't have the work exposure requirements. They don't provide the students with the opportunity before the students can graduate for them to go into the workplace, for them to acquire the skills that are needed by the industry. So all these qualifications, including, colleagues, your legacy trades, all all the trades as we know them, as they were offered previously, they are going to be phased out. And this is happening in high speed in TVET colleges, because in the past 3 years, we have been piloting what we call occupational qualification through the centers of specialization. What programs are we introducing as we replace all these qualifications? We are saying all those qualifications, as we phase them out, they will be replaced by qualifications that they've got the knowledge module and the application module. Application module is divided into two, into your practical module and also your work exposure module. What this slide, colleagues, simply mean is that no student will get any qualification moving forward without having exposed to the practical skills in the workshop or in a simulator, or without him or her going to the workplace. These are going to be the requirements for all these qualifications. Because we're sitting with this problem as a country where in majority of the graduates from the TVET or from a number of institutions, they cannot find workplace because whatever they have graduated with, it's not in line with what the industry is requiring. Let's look, for example, in the automotive space. You look at the curriculum as it offered in a number of institutions, you'll find that it's talking about combustion as a way of creating energy in the car. Yet you go and look outside, they're talking about carburetors in their current curriculum. But you go and look outside on the parking lot, you'll find that almost all the cars that are there, they are no longer using carburetors. They are using injectors. And we haven't as yet changed from that. And what is currently happening, colleagues, according to the AA research, is that there's about now, we are moving swiftly into people liking your hybrid cars, those that are using combustion and battery packs. And we haven't moved as some of the institutions. The research that was released last year by AA, it's saying by 2030, in Johannesburg, Pretoria, Durban, Cape Town, 5% of the cars that will be there, in 2030, there will be the EVs, there will be electric vehicles. All these things that I'm talking to now, they are not yet in our curriculum. Yet you go to the service stations, wherever, where we're selling cars, where we are servicing cars. You find that we are already, servicing electric vehicles, we are already servicing hybrid vehicles. But we are not yet at the space wherein we are offering those qualifications in our space. So we are saying we are removing all these qualifications because they are not relevant, and they are going to be replaced by the qualifications that are relevant, that they've got these components. And as the QCTO, we are saying no learner will be certificated if he hasn't done any of these important, these important components. Colleagues, I think I should stop here. I'm not sure what time I had. But yeah, so this is basically the overview that I wanted to provide you with. And thank you very much.
Round of applause again, colleagues, for Mr. Charles Pule. So those bags that are being offered, it was indicated, Mr. Pule, yesterday that you should declare first thing when you get to work that goodie bag that you just received. Okay. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, with our program. We'll be moving to our last presentation just before we go for tea. Just remember to note down your inputs or your questions or discussion points for later on. I think as soon as we move from tea, we'll be proceeding to that. Mr. Charles Pule just took us, ladies and gentlemen, through the game changer. And one thing that is still coming out today, it is the misalignment between the skills that we supply as the PSET sector versus the demands or the needs in the sector. So I am hopeful that we are taking note of those and will be aligning our policies and processes to ensure that we gear towards the alignment. Our next speaker, who's going to be taking us through the next topic, which is producing nurses for the modern, growing and successful province. Insights and recommendations from the Henrietta Stockdale Nursing College. We have Dr. Unalena Apollos. Dr. Apollos is the principal of Henrietta Stockdale Nursing College. She holds a diploma in general nursing, midwifery, and community nursing. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Nursing Science, Master of Business Administration, and a PhD in nursing. Her area of specialty is management and leadership. She has worked extensively in rural clinics of John Taulo, Gaitsewe district. Her nursing education career started in Mabatu College of Nursing. She also worked at Northwest University as a lecturer and later appointed as an academic manager for the Faculty of Health Sciences. She joined Henrietta Stockdale Nursing College in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, may we warmly welcome Dr. Apollos to the podium. Competent colleagues. 40 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning once more, colleagues. Thank you very much. You know the rules now. You have passed with flying colors. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our presentation, I didn't know what to say about Mr. Percy Sago, but I would like to thank Mr. Kokong for saying his welcome was done in style. It was really in style. And the way it was interesting is that even when he told this whole forum that the nursing college is not yet accredited for the new nursing qualifications, he did in style so that it really didn't hurt as it usually does when we talk about it. For that, I thank Resago. Colleagues, I am here to talk about producing nurses for a modern, growing and successful province. I am not sure program director who did this program, but I would like to comment and say that they were not fair to me because everything that I'm supposed to be saying has already been said. Now I'm going to copy from Prof. Ntwasa, I'm going to copy from Dr. Green, I'm going to copy from Dr. Neil Butcher and talk about it. However, we are saying we have the word of it, producing nurses for a modern, growing and successful province. And the word of it says, we are, I want to see, it's going to work. What we are doing at the moment is we're talking health and we're talking nursing and we're going to talk nursing education in one. It's not yet a tripartite, Prof. What we're saying is nurses are responsible for providing health care to our people. This is not a very easy task. I think we know, all of us, the complaints about nurses. They shout at us, they leave us, they go for tea for hours, They do this, they do that. Recently, there was a case in Limpopo. The patient has delivered at the gate. That nurse must be fired. But there are challenges. There's quite a lot of challenges for nurses. Most importantly is there are different types of challenges. You'll find that some of these challenges are logistical. They happen because of logistics. But some of them are financial. We know everything that nurses request is there's no money. There's no money. And some of them are technological, some psychological, some educational, and even cultural in nature. If we pause to talk about this introduction, I like nurses, when they talk about nursing and healthcare, they will tell you nursing and healthcare is dynamic. And they will not only say it's dynamic, they will go on to explain what do they mean by dynamic. They will tell you it changes from time to time. You have to keep up with the developments, and it's true. Prof said yesterday, we have to be innovative. Yes, nurses are required to be innovative. Nurses are required to find new ways of doing things in the way that it can improve health promotion, in the way that it can improve disease prevention, or in the way that it can improve any model of care. If we start this presentation talking about the innovativeness of nurses, we're going to spend the whole day, program director, because it's going to go from the time of Florence Nightingale. Nurses started being innovative there. It's going to go to the time of World War I. The nurses started being innovative there. That is when nurses discovered things. Some of the discoveries in health now came through a nurse. It didn't come through the doctor first, but then the doctor took it over and made it his. So even technology, it was brought about by nurses, including information communication technology and including robots. Program director, as we talk, when I trained, I won't tell you when, you will know my age. Nursing was paper-based. Everything that you had to do, you had to write. You had to write every little thing. And they will tell you that if it is not written, it's not done. So you made sure that you wrote down everything. Those days, they are not completely gone. We still write, but they are really gone. We're now concentrating on technologies like telehealth, e-health. We have electronic record keeping. You know, it is so interesting to find that nowadays, if a patient goes to a hospital or to a clinic, you can take that tablet or whatever app is being used, and at the click of a button, you can have everything about that patient. In the past, remember how we used to queue the whole day waiting for a file, and at 3 o'clock they tell you, we can't find your file, come back again tomorrow. Or they find your file and the doctor opens the file, the results of last month are not there. The doctor has to do some investigations again. So now, if you click a button, you get all the information about the patient. You get all the history about the patient at a click of a finger. And what is in the nursing field, technology allows us as nurses to be more efficient and maybe to be more productive. When we talk of technology in nursing practice, we're talking about transformation that Prof. Ntwasa was talking about yesterday. But on the other hand, Prof, I think nursing has not completely transformed. because nursing, part of it does not want to completely leave the past and take new things. So we are halfway through transformation, and I think we really need to do something so that we can transform. If you look at nurses, technology has put the power into the hands of the patient. In the past, our patients were very submissive. They listened to what we say. Yes, sister. NS. Sometimes even if they didn't hear what you are saying, they will just say yes. Today, if you say to the patient, go drink this tablet 3 times a day, first they ask you, why? So technology has helped to take, really, patients have got now the right to can take part in their own health. Doctors and nurses are no more now dictators like we used to do in the past. And with this telehealth and electronic record keeping and everything, there is accessibility of data than ever before. And I think Prof touched on data as well yesterday. So I'm just going to take on what yesterday's presenters were saying, and I am going to build on it. We really have support in terms of healthcare delivery, because technology will help how we plan, how we deliver care, how we document our care, and even how we review our care to our patients. For now, if my grandmother or my mother had to see a doctor, they would get into a taxi and get into another one and go queue at the hospital. Now, doctors and their patients can engage in a consultation, teleconference, and they are done. Nobody has to get into a taxi or struggle with transport. You can remind patients of their appointment. Remember your appointment with Dr. So-and-so at 11 o'clock, which is for me very interesting, colleagues, and which is very nice. It has started again. They said we must not do it that way, we must do it that way. See, now it went too fast. Colleagues, I am just going to pause at this slide to talk a little about technology. There was a time when you had to check a patient's blood pressure. You had to use that first machine there, put the cuff around the patient's arm, and you take that bulb and you pump and pump and pump and pump. And the sisters were teaching us, you have to listen to the doofs and the doves. You listen, sometimes you don't hear. Do you hear it? Yes, sister, just for the sake of being compliant. Now, if you have to check a patient's blood pressure, you press a button and it gives you the blood pressure. We were taught to check pulse. There was one requirement in nursing. When you come, they tell you, please bring a second-hand watch. You stand with that second-hand watch, you check the pulse, you count so many seconds, so many seconds. Now, you want the pulse, press a finger, you get the pulse. That's what is happening. There is no temperature that I know rather than that first one. Those who will remember, who has been in hospital those days, we used to do this. And when you look at it, it really has completely changed. Now, you can check temperature on the arm or here outside the ear. You just press, beep, it gives you the patient's temperature. That's what, that IVEC, that machine is called IVEC. That machine is used to count the number of drops per minute that you have to give to the patient. In the past, that second-hand watch, you come, you stand at that drip, you look, you count. If it is 10 drops per minute, it gives you 15. You count again. It's now 8. You count again. Think of how much time you spent trying to count the drops. Now technology, you connect the machine, you tell it 10 drops per minute, 10 drops per minute, finished. However, everything comes with its own challenges and things that are good. Some nurses oppose technology. Some nurses are saying technology is taking away the personal interaction and the personal relationship between patients and nurses. Yes, it does. But there are those nurses that believe technology positively impact patient care and who think really technology is helping them add more time into their day. The advances of technology, the new devices, they have even increased the quality of life for patients. If we can look now, we have more life expectancy than before because of technology. Electronic health records, if you look at them, we now have a full digital versions of patients' histories, of patients' progress, of patients' medications, of patients' laboratory results, everything. And thus, that is going to provide accuracy and more clarity of care. And maybe we will be accused less of not taking care of our patients. What is more important and very interesting about technology as well, it reduces human errors. Many of the nurses have been taken to disciplinary by the South African Nursing Council for the mistakes that they have made, either giving the patient the wrong medication or giving the patient the wrong injection or giving the wrong medication to the wrong patient. Even the doctors sometimes were accused of amputating the wrong limb. They are supposed to amputate the right and they are amputating the left. That's what has been happening to us. And technology is really, really assisting with that. If you look at technologies and you look at robots, although some of us saying they are going to take away the personal interaction between patients and nurses, it will, but then it will also give the nurse more time than to come and have a relationship with the patient. Prof talked about coding yesterday. This robotics, in Japan, they are now developing and testing nurse robotics that are going to help. For example, nurse robotics can help us with giving medication. They are just barcoded. I like the way they talk regularly. When they talk, say, hello, my name is Jeffrey, hello, I've come to give you your medication. But they are assisting us in terms of, if they have given the patient the right medication at the right time, then you don't have to come and give medication again. So they are really very assistive. But then that was nursing. Then we said is health, is nursing, now is nursing education, is the last Madam Program Director. I think Prof said it again, or Dr. Green, or Mr. Neil, that we're working with trajectories. The role of digital technology in higher education as a whole is working with trajectories. What we have to do, we have to admit the trajectory will either go like a missile, boom, and help us quickly, or it might also slow us down. It might maybe have some derailments, or you'll find that the trajectory can be derailed entirely. Entirely. But what is happening now is digital technology has become the fabric now of everything that is associated with teaching and learning. Prof also touched about artificial intelligence yesterday, big data. This is going to assist in terms of decision support. It's going to be very easy for us to maybe identify infections. I think part of artificial intelligence is what helped the world to be able to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. That's part of that. What I would like us to do now in terms of a core trajectory of digital technology in higher education, maybe we must stop thinking of it as ICT. We must now start talking of it as a digital learning technology or a digital engaging environment. Maybe then we would be able to understand technology and how training nurses relates to 4IR. If we prepare nurses, we are preparing clinicians at their own level. But as we prepare them that they go out there and then they increase the well-being of our people. Mr. Neil Butcher said yesterday, let's go back to basics. Nursing education needs to be redesigned. I think yesterday also he touched on curricula. It's not only in South Africa, I think it's in many countries, and I think that is why even now we are busy with the new nursing qualifications. Because really, the curriculum that we are currently phasing out, by the time that we completely phase it out in 2025, it will be 40 years. So for 40 years, we have been teaching nurses the same thing. And I think that's what Repule has been talking about. Resago touched on the issue of connectivity yesterday to say there's challenges of connectivity. We can have the digital literacy and everything of it, but where we are still plays a role. And unfortunately, nurses have to be anywhere in South Africa. Even in the 7 miles that Resago talked about yesterday, and you arrive in 7 miles with your laptop or any other gadget, and immediately it starts saying emergency only. Then how do you become digitally connected? Madam Chair, before we go to the recommendations from us, maybe just to say, it does not say technology is going to become a one-size-fits-all for nursing education. There's never one-size-fits-all. What we must start doing, we must start also designing dynamic curricula that deals with the explosion of information, that deals with the complexity of the healthcare system. Colleagues, we have to accept that healthcare system is very complex. And we also have to design a curriculum in such a way that we are able to meet our patient outcomes. And also, and more importantly, we must address the diverse expectations of students with that. If we include technology, if we include information management, if we include and increase more interactiveness. One of the presenters talked about activities yesterday. If we engage students more, we promote critical thinking, and those students will have improved clinical judgments. I think Repule has just said now, they will be able to solve problems more, and they will not be relying on the book when there's a problem to go back. Because they have others to rely on. They can talk to their colleagues. They can talk to anybody. They don't rely on a prescribed book now. And for us to do that, we need multiple interactive technologies. It doesn't mean when you have one, and it's so difficult, but we have, and they are so many. They are so many. But we can do with conferencing, podcasting, a lot of them. I recently tried Kahoot twice. It's so difficult. Please don't guess my age. But if it is difficult for me, how am I going to be able to take it over to students? How am I going to be able to introduce my students to Kahoot? But like Repule was saying, at least the ones of today, they will even tell you, no, ma'am, not this way, that way. Press there. No, ma'am, this way. So we are also dealing with people that are more or less technologically more literate than us. But from Dr. Green yesterday, it does not mean because they are millennials, they are all technologically literate. Some of them struggle like me. Some of them, because of being disadvantaged with what Resago talked about yesterday, they start seeing that laptop for the first time when they arrive at the nursing college. How do you expect them to be technologically literate? So there is a lot there. We still have big data that we have to deal with. Also, the one thing with technology, especially for us who are still learning, is that we are susceptible to cyber, what do we call it? Yes, attacks and everything. Because you will try and press here until you press next door. So those are the other challenges. But we are saying recommendations. Nurses must start transforming the digital way. We need to look at informatics education, we need to look at research, and we need to look at practice moreover. And we must invest in digital technology as necessary. And we must collaborate with others. Not only other nurses. We can collaborate with TVET. We can collaborate, like for now, during COVID, most of the universities and other colleges had an opportunity of getting zero-rated data. But unfortunately, for us, we never got any. And we really need to have those digital tools that our patients and our public need. And to maximize care, our care, we really continue to develop visual care modalities and exploit the internet, mobile technologies, and everything. What is very important with nurses, I think nurses must start moving to the boardrooms. I think we were socialized in such a way that we were taught that you belong to the bedside. And we stayed at the bedside, and people went to the boardrooms and they started making decisions for us. Some of the decisions that did not actually meet the needs of nurses or the needs of nursing education. Mr. Neil Busha said it yesterday, alignment as nursing education institutions, and I think all education institutions, we need to connect our learning outcomes to our course outcomes in terms of digital technology. We need to have a balance. Mr. Neil Butcher talked about it when he talked about assessment yesterday. When I trained, I knew that for you to have an entry mark is for you to write 2 tests, whether you liked it or not. And assessment was only 2 tests, and 2 tests it shall be. Now look at the number of assessment methodologies that are available today. Even now, I'm under assessment. Inclusivity, we need to really decolonize our curriculum and move on. And integrity, I think Mr. Butcher touched a lot on issues of ethics. Prof touched on issues of plagiarism. Those are the things that we need to look at when we look at digital technology. And also, relevance. I think Mr. Pule has also been talking about relevance. One thing for now, we don't know what will happen in 2030 or in 2050. But one thing for now, we have the assurance that the nurses that we are training anywhere in South Africa will be able to be employed because of the shortage of nurses that is happening within our healthcare facilities. For us in the Northern Cape, if we need to cover our shortages, we need to produce 350 nurses per year for the coming 10 years. And we are hardly producing 100. So it means it will take us 20 years to reach there. And then flexibility. You know, when we were trained, there was no flexibility. If you have to submit that book on Monday at 8 o'clock, you have to submit it on Monday at 8 o'clock. We need to remember that our students are also social beings. They also have the same challenges that we have as educators. So be flexible. If the students say, I can't come at 8, can I bring my practical book at 10? What's wrong in saying yes? Why should that student be penalized just for a difference of an hour or 2? So we have to be more or less very much flexible in our doing. I'm talking to policymakers, but I don't know if I should talk to policymakers, or I should talk to employers, or I should talk to quality assurance bodies, but I'm talking to somebody. At least somebody will hear me. But what we are saying is, we cannot talk modern, growing, successful province. We cannot talk 4IR if we don't have tools of trade. Then we are contradicting ourselves. Who must offer us tools of trade? Madam Chairperson, I'm still not very sure. It's 3 different institutions, but we need the tools of trade. I think Mr. Sago also touched it yesterday. Equal opportunities to resources. Yes, we agree that some of us are under-resourced, but now here we are saying nursing education, we are improving them. I would not check that, no, this one is from Kimberley, this one is from Namakwa. Let me give the Kimberley one the laptop first because they understand better. In Namakwa, where do they see a laptop? No, it must not happen like that. This also needs funding. We are now busy developing student management information system, which is a dire requirement by CHE. And just the development needs 2 million, and we did not budget for that. So then it means policymakers must ring-fence some funds so that it helps us to create the type of digital technologies that we need. We now need a Moodle system. Moodle developers need 300,000. That was not there, that we have to get from somewhere. So we really need to link our digital technologies to funding because they don't occur on clean air. They need the fund. I think Dr. Green, Mr. Nail, Prof. talked about capacity building. There is no way that we are going to migrate to digital technology without having the capacity to do so. And if you look at Dr. Green's study of yesterday, not only academic staff need capacitation, even the students themselves, we need to be capacitated in order to be able to do this. Madam Chair, if I have to conclude, I didn't see you doing anything, so I'm still within. Thank you very much. If I have to conclude, if we look at the present, student access to technology is no more a privilege. You know, we have this thing of saying to students, yeah, we're doing you a favor. This accommodation, you didn't have a place to stay. But access to technology is not a favor. It's a must. It must happen. Nursing leadership must start advocating. As we were talking on the presentation, we said nurses must also get into boardrooms. Nurses must also be part of decision making before the robots come make better decisions than us. And what we are saying now is the evolving nature of technology advances is the way to go. We cannot say, no, us at Henrietta, we are not interested in technology. We do not have a choice. It must happen. It must happen. So we are saying, if we want to continue to offer value to healthcare systems in the coming decades, then we need to go the digital technology way. And what we must do as a profession, then we must start rethinking. We must start reconsidering our role. Why are we here? What is it that we have come to do here? How much do we know? Where do we need relationships? I think Mr. Pule and other presenters yesterday talked about partnerships. If we want to remain digitally relevant. We really need, now I'm talking to myself and all other nurses that are here. If we cannot have a proactive strategic self-reflection, if we cannot stand up and take action, nobody will come to us and say, oh, what do you need for your digital technology? How can I help you? We need to stand up as nurses. And we need, like Prof said, and I think somebody has said it also today, transformation. We need to separate the past from what is happening and what needs to happen in the future as professionals, as nurse educators. Madam Chair, I think it's just 1 minute over. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Paulos, for those insights and the recommendations. And we do believe that they will find their way into our final report. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our tea or comfort break. May we reconvene back here at 11:30, please. So I think it's just 20 minutes tea break. Tea and refreshments are served in the same place where we served yesterday. 11:30, we are back.
following. You touched some lives in terms of jobs. When you came from your home, maybe you went to the saloon so that you are a presenter, you look good, you sustain some jobs there. When you went to the taxi, you sustained some jobs. When you bought the flight, at the checking station, those people that checked you in, you sustained some jobs, and so forth, until you came to Kimberley, to the hotel, the receptionist, and everybody that's there. And the fact that maybe, like, for instance, I forgot my toiletry, I bought toiletry. So I created some jobs, and the people that are catering us. So all those things forms part of the value chain of tourism. And one person can affect a number of jobs, create jobs in the meantime, if you look at the events as well. I also feel I must talk about what is the tourism economy. The tourism economy is divided into two components. You have what is called the tourism sector, and you have got the tourism industry, and that combined gives you the tourism economy. The tourism sector are all those sectors that do not necessarily, they can live without tourism. Their principal activity is not an activity that is tourism related, but the work that they do impact on tourism. For example, let us take the transport sector. The roads can continue to be there for everybody else. It can exist without tourism. The arts and culture, for example, it can exist without tourism. So that brings your agriculture. It gives food to the tourism industry, but it can survive without the tourism industry. So that is the impact, indirect impact, that other sectors bring into the tourism industry. Now you've got, plus the tourism industry is those sectors where tourism cannot survive if they're not there. You understand? All of those activities depend for their survival on the tourism activity. They want you guests to come, they want you to go to the events and so forth. Like, for instance, a guest house. A guest house's primary existence is based on the tourism as an activity. Without that, then sort of is a problem. So both gives you sort of the tourism economy. So in 2020, this tourism economy came crashing down. It suffered a grinding halt, where everybody, those jobs that I spoke about, from the airlines to the person working in the restaurant, in the hotel, at the check-in counter, wherever you touch them, they suffered tremendously. You understand? It impacted negatively on them because they have to suffer job losses. They have to suffer retrenchments, as you will see sort of in the presentation. So that is how those people then lose hope and were in a panic situation. People that made up your bids couldn't know that whether will they have a job or not. So the whole industry came crashing down. And that happened in March 2020 with the declaration of the state of disaster. And when the state of disaster was promulgated by the president in March 2020, all the ports of entries were closed. Your airports were closed. Both air, sea, and road were closed. So the country was closed down. The borders were closed. And that is when the vaccination program came up, and that is where mobilization was for people to start. So international and domestic travel was closed, and all those jobs were at a risk. Those industries were also at a risk because people could not travel for business, people could not travel for leisure, people could not travel for anything. In March 2020, to make sure that we understand the difficulties that the sector is going through, we then engaged them on Zoom platforms technology. to make sure that we understand their issues, we keep abreast with them, we motivate them, we tell them of everything that's there. So, in May 2020, we will make that survey available. We conducted a survey among 316 businesses in the tourism industry, of which 198 responded. And out of that survey, it was very clear that people are going to lose their jobs. They will not survive within a month or two within the COVID, should the restrictions sort of continue. Then there was some resumption of domestic flights in June 2020, and then the industry started to pick up a bit. You had in October, you also had the flights, and the national departments and provincial departments worked on recovery plans as to how do we bring tourism back to its feet. And when we were still happy that no, the restrictions will be sort of lifted, then we have the Omicron, which took us back into lockdown. I think that was the worst Christmas that everybody had, especially those that did not stock some of their stuff, you know. That was a very worst Christmas that people had, and I think, yeah, so much, virtually all the COVID regulations were lifted. And what then? Because everybody was on his feet. As I said, the whole industry, all those jobs and everything came crashing down. Now you have what is called the South African, I'm just going to save time, I don't know. We have what is called the South African tourism. Together with Stats SA, they measure the impact of tourism and both foreign and domestic. I'm not going to explain what foreign and domestic is, maybe you understand. And this is what sort of it shows. You will see that by the time when it was discovered that COVID has hit us, and COVID is going to affect the tourism industry. The first knock in December, when that came out, and the first cases were reported, we saw a negative growth in the international market, which is the foreign travel, as well as the foreign spend. We saw it drop by 1.6%. Although the whole of tourism, as both South African and Northern Cape, has been on a downward trajectory, but at the end, you could see the impact of tourism. 72% of the market share was lost. From 10 million visitors, we ended up in 2020 with those 2 million visitors. And 2021 for national average was very sort of poor. So you could see this red reflects the impact that COVID had on the tourism industry. Now, if you go to what is called the year-on-year, where you measure into history, the same period, the same year, what was the impact to earlier in the same period? And you could see that year-on-year, we also suffered a very knock, but which was very painful, was the 6.8% at the national sort of level. So in terms of international tourists, we also suffered a negative growth, which cost us minus 54.4% of our foreign share of the international market. And so also was our spend. It decreased drastically to 70% sort of percent. And also the spend of the tourists also sort of increased. But what is important about this slide as it will show, is that the average performance of the industry during the COVID far outmatched the national average. I'm not, yeah. So this is the domestic travel. This is Mr. Kale coming from Kimberley to Uppington. It falls within that bracket, and you coming from Joburg to Kimberley. You will see that at the domestic market in 2019, is it 2019? No, this is still foreign. Oh, sorry, I'm having two things here. Let me ignore this one. You will see that it was quite stable. There was no negative growth in it, but only in 2022, in 2020 when COVID hit, where you had that negative growth sort of in the domestic market, as well as the spend thereof dropped to 21.0%. But 2021 for the national average, it was also, the spend also dropped to 14.4%. For the province, however, you will see that our spend increased over and above the national average, as much as we lost 18.2% of foreign visitors to the province. We, however, tourists were, however, able to spend 65.8%, which is, if you look at the spend of national, it far outstretches that. So 1.2 billion in 2021 from 769 in 2020. That's where foreign visitors spend their money. This slide is just a summary. I'm just not going to go through it. I will circulate the presentation. I'm just now under pressure of time. I will circulate it, but what these slides basically sort of say, they are just summarizing the previous slides in terms of the Northern Cape foreign and domestic. That between 2017 and 2018, foreign tourist arrivals to the Northern Cape performed better than the national growth rate. That foreign tourist arrival in the Northern Cape increased by an average of 3.4% compared to the national average, which declined by 18%. For the COVID-affected years 2021, the decline to the Northern Cape was at its lowest, which is a negative growth of 54.4% in 2020. But what is important about this slide is also to look at the recovery of the industry. Whilst we got a knock, immediately after 2021, there was a sharp rise, and that rise was above the national average. So, which means that the industry in the province, as much as it is vulnerable, it can sort of bounce back very quickly. In terms of domestic, I think it's also the same, that between 2017 and 2020-21, domestic tourist arrivals to the Northern Cape performed better than the national average. Domestic tourist arrivals in the Northern Cape grew by 7% compared to the national average decline of 3.15%. These are the statistics that are handled by South African Tourism and Stats SA, and you will find all these statistics in the annual report of the South African Tourism. Our ports of entry, we picked only the two airports, which is Kimberley and Uppington. They were on a negative growth all along. Okay, our ports of entry, we looked at the airport, airlines. AXA's report is very clear. As much as we were on a downward trajectory, but if you look, the dip that we suffered in, that airline suffered in 2020, that was for Kimberley, and now for Uppington Airport as well, you will see Only 35,000 passengers flew to Kimberley back and forth, and 10,000 to Uppington. But again, if you look at the bounce back, it's very much encouraging. So these statistics helps us to plan sort of forward. We will know that Ochrabis did very well in terms of COVID as well, post-COVID, because Ochrabis was the most visited park due to the summer rains that saw Ochrabis as well as the Kalahari Transfrontier Park topping the list. That's just the occupancy, which again shows that trajectory going up. I want to go. These are the jobs that were, I'm talking to myself. Okay, these are the jobs from 2017. You could see what COVID meant. There was some job losses sort of that took place. Now, where from here? So one of the issues that we looked at was to mitigate the negative impacts that were there. How do we save jobs? How do we make sure that the industry become competitive and so forth? So we needed to mitigate socio-economic impacts on livelihood, particularly on women, employment and economic sort of security. We need to boost competitive and build resilience, especially through your SMMEs, look at diversification with the promotion of domestic and regional markets. So we felt that we will now look at the domestic and the regional markets. We will look at Mr. Kale and from someone who comes from Johannesburg. We would advance the innovation and digital transformation. The tourism industry is a technology-driven industry because what is happening is that most of the things that are happening, you've got online bookings. Long before there can be a euphoria about technology. Online booking was always there in the industry, and it's growing even fast. Right now, we do not need the middleman. You do not need the travel agent to make your bookings. Just on the phone, you can do your own bookings. You can book your flight, you can book your accommodation, you can check in, you can choose your own seat where you want to sit on the flight. You can do that on your phone. So there are jobs that are, as we go on, that technology is going to sort of wash out. You understand? As technology goes, you understand? Because at the end of the day, like the good doctor said, technology has brought the world into the hands of the customer or the patient in your case. It has brought the world to the customer. He is more technologically advanced and so forth. So obviously partnerships would also be very important. So what was the response of the private sector to the pandemic? Number one, they did not see the need why they should expand their businesses, why they should invest further. And that's not only in the province, but nationally. One of the reasons was that there was no money to do that. They have lost out on the money. So all their development plans pre-COVID had to be put on hold, or they had to be chucked out of the window and start to look at practically what can happen. So the whole COVID affected the growth of the industry sort of in its entirety in terms of infrastructure investment and so forth. Businesses started to scale down. This is all in the survey that has been conducted, which I will make available. Businesses started to scale down their operations. Also the issues of electricity, water, insurance, the financial obligations that they had to stay in business was becoming too expensive. A lot of businesses retrenched, as shown. Retrenchment was the order of the day, because if you look at the survey question was, how long are you going to survive after, during COVID? First month, will you be in business? Second month, will you be in business? Most of them said the second month we'll have to close our doors. So people had to be retrenched and so forth. Some had to change their business purposes from guest house, from tourism businesses to other avenues. Some closed down their businesses completely. But the COVID-19 gave people opportunities to even move forward. Some sold their properties. If you go around, you will see we're still making an analysis of that kind of the pre-COVID impact as to what is it, so that we can bring tangible numerical data forward. But if you move around, you will see one or two guest house closing down. I'm not going to, okay, there was also problems with the private sector, which they also mentioned. That pre-COVID we were best buddies, but during COVID we were never best buddies again. There is their view of government satisfaction view, how did we handle COVID, was that the government response was inadequate. It did not help them anyway. They closed the businesses anyway, they retrenched people, and so forth. But that upward trajectory that I spoke about is starting to improve relations. So this was what we what we looked at. We needed to implement norms and standards for safe operations. We needed to stimulate the demand for the growth of the industry, strengthen the supply side through resource mobilization and investment, support protection of core tourism infrastructure, execute a global marketing strategy, ensure that there's tourism regional integration, and provide policy that will enhance the development of tourism. You're not warning me. Okay, I've spoken to this. I've spoken to that. I've spoken to this. Let me rather do this. This was basically the response. Our response was very clear that during the COVID stage, we were busy with the survivalist strategy. How do the tourism businesses survive? We need to understand what are their challenges, what do they need, and during survival you had what was the funding from government, the tourism incentive schemes that were there. We needed to talk to businesses to request them that they must delay payment of certain things like insurance, your DSTVs and so forth. They did accede, but to a little while. So then we are now in the phase of recovery. We had to recover the industry, and now we are on the pedestal of the industry must thrive again. As I said, we have researched in the province the whole thing of the pandemic. We have also had communications where the industry stepped up the marketing. So the tourism budget now is focused on infrastructure and on experience development, because it's only through experience development and visitor experience where you need an infrastructure that would match sort of that. So what is the recommendations? Okay, some of the skills that are needed is more transversal skills as to how you must deal with issues like pandemic. I didn't go into that because that was not the brief. But what is important is that there needs to be collaboration with institutions like yourselves or with people like yourselves to look at the research capacity as to how tourism can enhance economic development and transformation. I also like what Mr. Pule did in terms of his analysis of the skills in the tourism industry, because that is where the problem is. This problem that we're sitting with, and because of what Mr. Pule have said, people don't specialize, they don't see tourism as a career, neither do they see tourism as a way of becoming an entrepreneur and so forth. To them, tourism is just a skill that they must take and move forward. So that kind of negative perception, because tourism has been identified as one of the growth sectors in the country, and there's a lot of emphasis going to it. I'm not sure, I'm done with my 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, until I go and sit, guys, you can do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sipho Mampe, taking us through the impact that COVID-19 had in the tourism industry in the Northern Cape, as well as the efforts that the province invested in to respond and ensure that jobs are sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, are we still okay? We fine? Okay. We will be going to our discussions now. If there is anyone with inputs, with questions, any patkos, takeaways, reflections, anything is welcome at this stage. Even the ones on our social media, on YouTube, on Teams, the team at the back will just indicate if there are any comments or questions. In the meantime, we'll be taking questions in the house. We've got Prof in front. We've got 3 more hands that side. If you can start with the professor in front. I'll share this.
Thank you, Bani. My comments or questions are directed at Dr. Apollos. First, I'd like to thank her for that lovely presentation. Now, the thing is, nurses are often more competent than doctors when it comes to the treatment of patients, and but sometimes they can't take certain decisions. Now, the interesting thing is, why do nurses always have to be employed? Why do nurses not run their own initiatives? One of the important things in South Africa is that although public health is really the main, should be the main focus in dealing with our health problems, the country still puts a lot of money on primary health care. And even though we have relations with Cuba, where they've got the best healthcare system in the world, based on preventative medicine rather than primary health care, we're not learning from that. And I feel that nurses could actually fill that gap of providing public health privately, not necessarily as employed by the government or anybody else, and they can do that in partnership with business. Why are nurses not doing that?
Thank you, Prof. Can we take a couple of more questions? And solutions.
Thank you. My name is Lezwi from Northern Cape City College. I would really like to make a comment on the presentation of Mr. Pule, to say, at least for the first time, I saw someone who was also focusing on CET colleges. Thank you for that. And also thank you for the support you are giving the CET colleges. We see your presence in the Northern Cape. And I must also say that this sector, CET sector, especially in the Northern Cape compared to other provinces. We have a lack of resources. Our budgets are very low. To get such support, it really helps us to go on and keep on doing some work. So we actually depend on partnerships that we have with the other stakeholders. So I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a request that as you make your input, may you kindly stand up so that the media team can capture you properly. Sorry about that, Ms. Trudy.
Thank you for that. I want to touch on, I'm Trudy van Wyk from the Department of Higher Education and Training in Pretoria. I want to touch on a comment that somebody made, I think from a CETA yesterday, just before we closed down, and I want to ask Mr. Pule to comment on that, because I don't want to give the answer from our side. I think he's much more, better placed to give it. She was referring to the CETA qualifications that are currently being offered by CETAs. Mr. Pule, where are you? Can you just please comment on that and what is the future of the so-called CETA qualifications that we have? Thank you.
Am I responding?
Not yet. There's a last hand at the back.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Tanklolo Moleli. I'm representing local government CETA, Northern Cape. Colleagues, mine is on the issue of the curriculum transformation. That I think we're in agreement in principle that we need.
Sorry, just a brief moment, colleagues. Oh, okay. I'm sorry for that interruption. There's members of the security team that needed to do an inspection. As you are aware that Honorable President will be coming this way on Friday. So there is no need, I'm not coming in anymore. Okay, you can continue, sir.
Thank you. Mine, Chair, as I was indicating, is on the transformation of the curriculum or the disruption of the curriculum, whatever way you want to call it, so that it can then be responsive to the skills that are required by our economy. Chair, I'm standing to raise, I'm worried about what is currently obtaining, especially in the PSET space, in terms of the curriculum. We continue offering legacy qualifications, which are not responsive to the skills that are required by the economy. And I think we need to take that discussion down to our province. It can't be correct, Chair. So, Chair, what I want to propose on the issue of the curricular transformation is that maybe we need to set timelines here. Otherwise, we are going to miss the bus. We have been talking about this issue of the curricular transformation, but there are no timelines that have been set. And our institution are continuing to produce, to offer this legacy qualification, which has no meaning at all in terms of our economy. So I'm not sure at which level can this issue be taken up to say that CETAs, institutions of higher learning, this is a time frame, these are the timelines that we have. Do away with legacy projects which are not responsive to the economic needs in terms of skills. That's one point that I wanted to raise, Chair. But I think, Chair, also with the CETAs, the same is obtaining in that I'm in the CETA space. We are doing, offering this legacy qualification. I think this debate should not end here. It should also be taken at the level of CEOs forums. forum. Because I know that CEO of different cities sit at different levels where these issues can actually be discussed. Because remember, in terms of the delegation of authority at provincial level, there isn't much that we can do. But if this issue of the curriculum change or transformation can be taken at that level, I think that will actually assist a lot. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Dr. Apollos, do you want to take the first question from the professor?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the first thing that I must say to Prof. Ntwasa is, including myself, nurses is bangbroek. We are afraid to take risks. I think we have been socialized that way, that you cannot do anything else beside being at the bedside. If you look at us and doctors after com service and that 1 year, many of them open private practice. Why do nurses not do that? Secondly is the process, the red tape. That's very extensive if nurses have to have their own practice, but is fully allowed. And I think thirdly is the issue of finances. It's not a secret that I think we are not in that space where I can come up and build my own clinic. I will not be resourced enough. Maybe the CETAs will help, and in future nurses will assist, especially with us in the Northern Cape. If you go to Gauteng, there are so many nursing colleges, there are so many universities. We have one nursing college, but nobody in the Northern Cape has decided to have their own private nursing college. It would create competition, but also it would add value to the number of nurses produced in the province. And lastly, maybe just to say, socialization. I think the nurses have been socialized to think that we come after the doctor, when actually we came before the doctor, but we are putting ourselves after. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pule, all the other questions, unfortunately, were directed to you. I think I've got a total of 5 questions.
Thank you. Let me start with the last one from Al Jazeera. I didn't get the name of the colleague. Yes, the issue of recalculation or this change of curriculum. According to the OQSF, page 24, I think I've jumped that. It's a very important page. You'll see on your presentation. Or if you can lay your hand on that policy, just go to page 24. It's talking about transitional arrangements. That policy is saying all qualifications that were developed before 2009, all of them, they are phasing out. Unit standard based, your report 191, which is your NATED qualifications, they are phasing out. So there is no two-way about it. Because of they are not responsive, they are not relevant, and they are not colleagues speaking to what the industry is looking for. So they just have to be phased out. And then with regard to NATED N1 to N3, there's a gazette that the minister It's on his table. We're just waiting for him to sign it out. This goes to TVET colleges. In actual fact, NATED N1, 2, and 3, you're supposed to have started phasing out. The deadline, it's not going to fall within 2023, 2027. The minister is saying 2025. There should not be any learner who will still be doing NATED in this country. So that's a commitment that the department has taken when it comes to that. To say we definitely need to be relevant when it comes to these issues. Yeah, this disruption is needed, colleagues. It's long overdue. We can't continue, preparing students for the jobs that are not there. It has to happen. And that goes to the comment that a colleague from Northern Cape CET has made. The CET has got a very critical role to play, and this one, it goes to the SETAs to say, please, let's start, because they're offering new qualifications now. They've moved over. Let's support them in terms of implementation of these new qualifications. I was in a discussion with Mr. Manduan earlier to say we will pick up Northern Cape as one of the pilot. In yesterday's meeting, a request was made by the department that we should pick provinces that are going to pilot some of these new qualifications. We will be working together with provincial government, all relevant structures like this structure, to determine where the needs are. And as QCTO, we will develop those qualifications in partnership with the industry, because we are about industry. We respond to the needs of the industry. And we want to see the CET becoming responsive. However, the SETAs, we're going to make that request in our next meeting. That will be organized by the regional manager for the DHET, to say we should be responsive. That list that was shared with us earlier today by Mr. Lowe, we must pick on some of the qualification and start writing those qualifications and identify the areas where the job opportunities will be emerging. And we prepare our people for that. That goes for both the TVET and the CETs. And we are saying, together with NSF, we'll make sure that those qualifications are funded. Because colleagues, we cannot waste time anymore. So we'll include Northern Cape as part of the pilot, with Mpumalanga and Northwest and Eastern Cape, when it comes to the CET colleges. And then on the issue, Trudy, you've raised a very important question. I think I've spoken to it already, to say unit standard-based qualifications that were developed before 2009, they've been phased out. And it's true, we're meeting with the forum of the CEOs of SETAs. In actual fact, I think colleagues are aware that now SETAs are reporting to QCTO through the Memorandum of Understanding, their service level agreements, which states exactly what is it that needs to be done. So one of the priorities that is given to the SETAs is to write qualifications that speaks to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, the one that is from the presidency. And we are aligning with the ERRSS colleagues. These are the new things that we will definitely have to grapple and understand. ERRSS it's a strategy from the Department of Higher Education, which is meant at responding to the damage that COVID has done. And I think I've mentioned that there are 105 qualifications that are declared to be on demand. That the entire PSAT sector is supposed to be responding to. So we are waiting, colleagues. If there's a qualification that the university wants to see being developed, we are waiting as the QCTO to facilitate that process. We are waiting for the industry also. If there are urgent or pressures that are there, wherein you feel that there are skills that are needed for that, the QCTO it's waiting to assist in terms of writing those qualifications. So, unit standard based, those that were done, that were written before 2009, they are phasing out. In actual fact, we are saying SETAs moving forward, and this is going to come out strongly from next year, that SETAs should fund only qualifications that are on the ERRSS. Not going to fund any other thing, because we want to be responsive. We want to make sure that we come up with qualifications that will lead to employment, colleagues. That's the key. The future of SETA qualifications, yeah, they are gone. They're going. Yes. So we will focus on the new qualifications. And yeah, I think I've touched it based on everything. The rest was just a good comments, and we really appreciate. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Pule. We've got questions on the online platform. Okay. It's two questions from Ayanda Mdokwana. Good morning. One of my biggest challenges has always been the relationship between localized research and localized curriculums in the PSET, particularly TVET colleges. Is there room for research within this sector? If yes, how can it be stimulated to meet the needs of both the student and industries? I'm asking this question because having high enrollment of human resource management in an area that does not have a lot of business and developed sectors is problematic. Mr. Pule, would you be able to take that one? And then the second one is from Andre van Wyk. When looking at the new NQF and the 3 frameworks, how would the principles of mobility and progression be facilitated from Umalusi CHE band to the QCTO band? The QCTO band is seemingly exclusive, and articulation could be problematic, specifically with the phasing out of N1 to N3 courses. Can we take the next one? The next one says, thank you for inspiring presentation, Mr. Pule. Surely the change in TVET or CT qualifications is really welcomed. My concern is how are we going to get or recruit the people who are going to offer those envisaged occupational programs? Are we also going to recruit foreign nationals to be lecturers in those qualifications? It seems all of those questions are directed to you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Yeah, these are the results of being a latecomer, and you have to deal with all these many questions. Recruitment. Is this recruitment of lecturers? Is it recruitment of students? But I'll try to answer on both. One, in terms of recruitment of lecturers, colleagues. Look, all the departments in government, they are working together in terms of making sure that we create job opportunities. And in one of the mandates that's given to the QCTO, as we go around accrediting qualifications that are offered at CETs and TVET colleges, the department, together with the QCTO, we are very clear that if a college cannot demonstrate to us as the accrediting body or the quality council that they've gone public in terms of inviting applications for jobs, we are not going to accredit, specifically if those qualifications are offered by foreigners. You must demonstrate to us to say you've gone on a national newspaper, you have broadly advertised the post in question, to make sure that we provide opportunities, because there's an outcry that people are saying there are no job opportunities. while some of the jobs are occupied by people that are coming from outside, and with qualifications that are not even on the skills priority list, which is a determinant in terms of employing foreign nationals. So we are very clear. When you come to your college and you can demonstrate to us that yes, this advert was in a Sowetan or in a Sunday Times, that you just went into a drawer and pull out the CVs and appoint, we are not going to accredit you. We want qualified people. First priority must be given to our people. When it comes to recruitment of students, colleagues, it's going to be different. We're no longer going to recruit the student the same way, particularly in the TVET colleges. We are saying we want to recruit students who have got the right attitude and the right aptitude. Colleagues, our country is faced with a problem where students are enrolling into programs where they don't have interest at all. And we are investing in terms of NSFAS, we are investing in terms of a number of fundings that are made available. Only to find that at the end, after a person has graduated, he discovers that, but this is not for me. So in mitigating some of these issues, we're going to change a lot of admission policies in these institutions, wherein we're going to say, before you enroll a student, make sure that he meets the industry standards. There are standards, colleagues, in the industry. For example, you cannot have a learner who is colorblind enrolling for electrician as a qualification, because he has to work with wires that have got different colors. So we don't want to see incidences like the ones that we have seen in Medupi, where the power station exploded and no one is able to account. What if that happened because the person who was working on that was colorblind, he couldn't see the wires properly? It's just a case study that is out there. So we are saying we're no longer going to recruit students in a rigor as a qualification who is scared of heights. And how are we going to know this? Before any formal recruitment or enrollment of the students in a program, a student must be placed in the industry and he must be exposed to the harshest conditions. Those that will come back to the TVET college will know that this is the right type of students that we are looking for, so that we can begin to make right investments, because we've been wasting a lot of money with people hopping from one qualification to another. The people who haven't found themselves, who do not know exactly what is it that they want to be. We also acknowledge that career guidance, it's an issue, particularly in our schools. So we are going to make sure that we're not going to enroll students who are not counseled properly. Hence, the Student Support Services framework for the TVET colleges is going to change totally, because we definitely have to make sure that we get the right caliber of students, not the guys that after completing an engineering qualification, he discovers that, but his passion is more on talking, or he wants to become a journalist, or he wants to become. So that's how we're going to deal with that, colleagues. The issue of qualifications that are not responsive, I think the example that was made there, it's human resource management. It's a common problem in TVET colleges, colleagues. And that was created by non-availability of alternative qualifications. We were stuck with what the department has been offering us as TVET colleges. But between 2016 and 2019, I can tell you, if you can go to the website of the QCTO today, yesterday the count was over 600 qualifications that have been developed to date. And the beauty about this is that they are not developed only by the QCTO. Even the SETAs were given, I know in terms of the past 2 years, they were given targets of new qualifications that needed to be written. So all those qualifications are on our website as alternatives. I would like to tie this one with the research question, wherein the person wanted to know if is there space for research. There's a lot of space for research. Because you should remember, colleagues, no TVET college will offer a qualification that is not on demand. And for us to know what is on demand, we need the kind of data like the one Mr. Lowe was showing, that there is evidence that people went out to check as to which qualifications or what career opportunities are out there. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of research. And perhaps to close, we are saying to these institutions, colleagues, that through this structure, it's a very important structure because it is the one that is driving skills development in the province. And it's supposed to be making determination on the basis of the information that we get from universities, from research institute, in terms of what is it that is needed in this province. And we definitely have to be responsive and offer qualifications that, this thing of offering marketing qualifications, HR, and it's something of the past, colleagues. We're not gonna condone it as the QCTO. Our focus is accrediting qualifications that respond to the local needs. If you cannot demonstrate to us that we are offering this qualification because this sector requires this kind of skills, we're not going to accredit you. You can go and, wish to offer. If there is no MOU between Northern Cape Rural TVET with any industry partner, we're not going to accredit them. They know it's a fact, and it's a message that we've been communicating. So each and every qualification that gets offered, there must be an industry where the students will be placed for them to go and get the work exposure. And it is through that work exposure, colleagues, that opportunities are created. If you can check in terms of the absorption rate of the students who've been recruited because the employer saw this person working on the, it creates opportunities for our people, and it's expanding growth opportunities, because research has proven that one of the issues that are arresting economic development in our country is lack of skills. And if you can have skilled people who are able to demonstrate to the employer that they can be able to do certain things, that in itself, it creates an opportunity for them to be absorbed. So, it is important that, like it was said, ma'am, that we want to see more industry partners in this forum who are going to, to be takers in terms of qualifications, who are going to be saying, yes, we've got work placement opportunities, we want to partner with CETAs, TVET, universities, and all those kind of things. That is very important. Yeah, I think I've touched base. There's one problematic question there. I think it's question number 3. If they can flag that. I think, question number 3. No, not that one.
Yes, that one.
This, yes. We're looking at the new NQF and 3 frameworks. How are the principles of mobility? Oh, this one is talking about articulation, colleagues. Mobility, it's upward mobility, progression, and it's talking to what we're talking about in the morning. To say, how are we going to articulate? And we are clear. We're going to articulate to the workplace. If there's any other, but if there are people who want to move vertically to join the universities, that is there. The horizontal articulation is there. If you read that policy, it's clear in terms of how will learners be able to articulate. But we must not lose sight of one thing. This sub-framework, it's not meant to compete with universities. Already, there are universities that are writing qualifications that are above NQF level 5. We are working with them. They came, they've approached us to say, we see a need here. So that a student who has done, let's say, electrician, and he wants to become maybe a solar expert or something like that, he should be able to move up without any difficulty. If he wants to go into the academic, the route is there, it's open. So articulation, it will happen vertically and horizontally, and otherwise there's no problems with that. But all what we are saying is our focus is mainly in the workplace. Thank you.
We've got two more hands. To the side, two on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pule, for your presentation as well as your explanation towards the questions raised. I'm Lesiba Mulepo from UNISA. I'm just looking at the ideas that you have shared in terms of aptitude, to say we need to ensure that our students are exposed to relevant industries before they register with colleges or whatever higher education institution. My question is how practical that is, because we know that we are struggling even placing students who have been qualified in certain industries to actually get the relevant experience. How difficult is it gonna be to just give students exposure so that they can enroll in a relevant institution? You also mentioned the need for counseling. This is an ideal arrangement, but we know even from the schooling system that we are not doing well as a country in terms of giving our students proper career counseling. Now, where are we going to get career counselors who will be screening? Because apparently these counselors have to screen students in order to ensure that they are suitable for certain careers. Now, are we perhaps finding a way in which to invest in ensuring that we've got enough and qualified career counselors who can also assist in this process? And I'm wondering if some of these measures, they sound like good measures, I must say. However, are we sure that these measures are not going to serve to exclude some of our young people? And I'm worried if some of the young people are not going to be allowed in the education sector simply because of maybe these processes that we will be putting in place. So we might also be creating a problem in terms of young people loitering around than in being in some kind of an education environment. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Mhlauli from ZFM District Municipality. Thank you, Mr. Pule, for a wonderful, thought-provoking presentation and alignment that is long overdue. As a district municipality, we play an important role in ensuring for the placements of learners. Now, the fact that the SETAs are reporting to you, I want to understand, particularly when it comes to learnerships, when SETAs are flooding a particular town and they offer various learnerships, and there's discrepancies in the stipend, which leads to either a fall down of a particular learnership. I want to understand, is there any impetus in ensuring a standardization of stipend for learners? Thank you. Across SETAs.
Who's first? This side or this side? You can go first.
Oh, thanks. I would like to say, first thing, the KCTO in terms of the approach that they come with in terms of incorporating the knowledge component and the practical component together with the workplace. But I do have a question around that. I have seen in other slides where they were referring to said there are a lot of learners that are falling away if you look at from grade 1, I think, to grade 12. If you're gonna let the youngsters to go to the workplace, how are you gonna make sure, because I realize that the number is gonna grow up, that the learners, they're not gonna be fit in. Because I see here, the employers are not in this forum where they were supposed to be engaged to say, how are we gonna manage this? The other issue that I want to try and raise is, if you look at the TVET colleges, they are enrolling a lot of learners, which the employers cannot absorb all of them. And now, if we're gonna do all this screening, it's not gonna make, now we're gonna have a lot of young stars that are not gonna be in the market, I think.
Seemingly, Ntate Pule, all the comments and questions are directed to you. I'm also going to add to all those comments, and mine is both a comment and a question. My name is Tsebo. I'm from the Mining Qualifications Authority. When the NCV programs were introduced at the TVET colleges, they were met with resentment from industry, particularly in the mining and mineral sector, where your coaches or even managers would have opted for the old apprenticeship, or as they call it, APIS program. And they were still lamenting on the APIS. And the reason for the resentment was that there was no consultation with the introduction of the NCV programs. Now, you stated, I think in your presentation, that the NATED programs are going to be phased out. So the question is, has the industry been consulted? Has there been engagements with the industry? So that with that transition of phasing out the NATED programs, whatever will be introduced would not be met with resentment as well. Partly to that question again, a sub-question to that is that, are there change management programs put in place for smooth transitioning? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Program Chair, I think the three, they are directed to Mr. Pule. So I think in terms of the first one, to me, it's around the issue of mentorship. How are you going to deal with the issue of mentorship? Currently, we're having problems. If you're looking, I'll talk, for example, in relation to the BSc in engineering. Most of the people who are finishing their BSc in engineering, they're not able to register because they're not able to get the practical experience, and also in terms of getting mentors. In fact, we're going to mentor them. So I'm just saying, as part we look in this particular program, how are we going to deal with the particular issue? And then the second issue that is related to that, I've been traveling around the world, looking at other places. You see, if you look at April, they are looking at iPhone 30, iPhone 50 now. And they're also preparing skills now, which is gonna deal, with the iPhone 30, iPhone 50 in 10 years or 15 years to come. Ourselves, how are we dealing with that? Because it's like we're doing an issue of catch-up, because the technology that we're planning for in our curriculum is a Western technology, it's not ours. So once they introduce it, what to do ourselves, we just do a particular catch-up. And then my last question, so I think in South Africa we're good in terms of developing policies. So how are the Mozambican, if I can just take one country? So in terms of trade people, they're doing very well. So how are they getting correctly vis-a-vis us? So we're looking in terms of the education. You take the public school in South Africa, they're much better than in terms of the SADC countries. But if you look in terms of what they are producing in terms of skill, even their TVET colleges, they actually produce better artisans than us, so with less resources. So where are we getting it wrong? And then in terms of the doctor, so one question for you. Talking about the issue of decolonization, I mean, maybe if you can just explain a little bit for us, for me, how are you going to decolonize nursing? I've been in many forums about decolonization, but really I don't understand what it means. Maybe the doctor can just a little bit explain to me in terms of that, in terms of the process, how are we going to deal with that? Thank you, Program Director.
You may respond, Mr. Pule. You may take the first set of questions. Mr. Pule?
Thank
You're
you.
still thinking.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me appreciate the questions that you have raised, and perhaps to assist the Honorable Doctor there with the issue of decolonization. And this is what I normally speak about when I go to forums where we talk about these qualifications. So you see, colleagues, as a country, we are fighting each other on very trivial issues. One of the biggest issues that we are faced with is the language issue, that we can't just overcome and just accept. That we should stop this thing of wanting to be Western, that when you speak English you are better, and all that. That's what is taking us aback as a country. If we can deal with the issue of language, we'll be able to deal with a lot of issues, because we are unable to spark innovation as a country because we say, if you can't articulate, we can't accommodate you. That's one of the flaws that we are trying to address with our qualifications, because with our qualifications we are saying, you provide a skill, you don't use a textbook, you develop your own material as a lecturer to the level of your students. What we are running short of saying is, if you are in Uppington and your students are speaking Afrikaans, why not teach them in Afrikaans? Somebody was making an example of Chris Barnard here. Oh no, sorry, yeah, I had to attend to 2 things at the same time. We're saying he was one of the pioneers, the guy who did the heart surgery first time. Graduated, he was working at Grooteskier, Afrikaner speaking. He led the world in terms of that. When everybody else was saying chances of a person living after doing a heart op, it's 50%. He stood up and said 90%. And he demonstrated to the world. We had the best engineers that came from our Afrikaner universities that built this country. Let's look at the guy, one of the richest guy in the world now, who's sitting in San Francisco, Elon Musk. He's from Pretoria, boys. He did all these things in Afrikaans, but he's leading the world today in terms of technology, in terms of everything. If we can begin to learn, colleagues, to respect our own languages, we'll go far as a country.
That's the first area of decolonization. Let's write our own material. Don't wait for Pule to write a textbook and you want to use that textbook when there's so much knowledge that is lying all over. You go on Google, you go on the net. There's a lot, colleagues, that we can use to begin to change our approach in terms of delivery of content in our classroom. Rather than relying on, I know I'm opening a can of worms, and program director, I want to be protected. After this, can we just, maybe in the next forum we'll talk about this issue of the decolonization, but it's urgent. We definitely have to unbundle. We need to move away from some of the tendencies, relying on textbooks to deliver knowledge. We are not producing critical thinkers, colleagues, but we are producing people who takes what we tell them and it does not help them to solve problems of the future. You've raised something that is very important about us playing a catch-up. It's because of the curriculum. How we have made the curriculum to be difficult because we want to copy, you know? And what's funny is we're not even copying from the best. Because if we're copying from the best, we're supposed to be looking at the countries that are leading the world. They use their native languages. The Germans, precision is part of their culture. It's get taught from primary school up to universities. We are unable to do that. The Chinese, they are now leaders. They are using their native language. While we are still bickering to say Afrikaans, English, Sotho, Xhosa, when we are questioning Eastern Cape, when the students are given option to answer a maths question paper in Xhosa. Colleagues, language, that's why we are performing so bad in, maybe we should have this as a topic next time. And we speak to this issue of language as a problem. So catching up, we need to adopt 21st century skills, wherein we say students must go and discover knowledge themselves. They must solve problems. You just give them a concept, they go out, research, and come up and begin to demonstrate by becoming innovative or creative in terms of what they have found out, you know? Instead of telling students that you can only do a muffin using the following ingredients, let's let them, they must study how muffins are done and begin to find other things that can be used other than blueberries, other than lemon, and. And in so doing, we will have students that are able to think independent of what they have learned. So the 21st century skills are preparing the students for that, but they are saying to us we need to have a different cop of a lecture. The one who is a facilitator of learning, not the one who thinks that everything that he knows, that he is an authority. You know, he is the only person who cannot be, who is holding supreme knowledge. That it's something of the past, colleagues. We need to move away from that. Because I'd like to make this example to say, when we were in primary, we were told that the milk is such a good thing for our body. Is it still the case today? No. It's poison to some of us. We are told that meat is a good protein. Is it still a good protein today? No. We're told that planet Plato is the smallest of them all. Is that the case today? No. Things have changed. If you can go and research, there are so many planets that are being discovered even today that were not there, that are not recorded in terms of the old knowledge that we are taught. And we want to keep on to this old knowledge that is not taking us anywhere. So what we need to do is we must allow students to go out and discover new things so that we can be able to have a problem-solving nation. A nation that will be able to, if there's a new knowledge that is required, they should be able to explore that. And the other important thing, colleagues, is that that is tied to this, is that new knowledge, you won't find it anywhere. You see those skills that Mr. Lowe articulated there. You'll find that in South Africa, there's less than a percentage of people who knows what those things are. And if we were to pursue that knowledge, there's only one place where to find that knowledge. It's in the industry. Are you agreeing with me? Let's look at solar. We're talking about just transition in the morning to say we are transiting from the old power generation. We are moving into the new green, hydro, and all those kind of things. That knowledge, you can't find it anywhere. For you to begin to learn about these things, you must go and explore them in the industry. For us to know more about solar, you cannot find a lecturer at university or who are more clued up in terms of other discoveries that are currently happening. But such are happening in the industry. So the industry, colleagues, this is where most learning is going to happen. It will happen, but only if we have equipped the students with the right skills. If they are able to think critically, if they are problem solvers, if they are able to work with others collaboratively, if they are, there's a whole list of those skills in terms of the 21st century. Please go and look at that. Issue of mass enrollment. When we're saying exclusion, somebody raised the issue of exclusion. That one's going to happen. We are moving away from the era of mass enrollment in our institutions. Let's look at the effect now. We have produced so many students who are currently sitting at home doing nothing. Is that helping us as a country? No, it's not. In terms of occupational qualifications, there will be few students that will be enrolled because they are very expensive by nature. But any other student who aspire to acquire the similar skill, they will have to take what we call skills programs, which have got your knowledge component and your practical component only. And then they will have to pursue this skills program up until they have met all the requirements but one, which is workplace. And then they will then go at the tail end of things into the industry if they want to become tradespeople. Let's make an example. We are offering welder as a qualification in this college, and you only have got 40 spaces because there's 40 workplace opportunities that are available. Remember, you cannot enroll more if you don't have workplaces. So you've got 40, but there are 340 students who want to do welder because of the demand. How are we going to deal with that? We're going to deal with that through the skills programs. They will do the same qualification, bigger one, but they will take it bit by bit up until they complete it. So we do have that pathway within the occupational. Let's not look only at, colleagues, this topic, it does not require an hour or 45 minutes. It requires a lot of time. That's why the presentation that will be given to you, you'll see it has got about 36 slides, and I only spoke to 13 slides because there's a lot that's going on here. So, and as we are saying, this should not be our last engagement. Tabo raised 3 important issues. One is change management. The implementation of occupational or the OQSF is going to be a phased-in approach. From October last year to September this year, we're doing what we call initiation and support, wherein we are going from one college to another, telling them about this qualification. And the beauty about this whole thing is that we have piloted these qualifications from 2019 until last year. Those of you who don't know, you must just go to the website and get a document that is called Evaluation of the Centers of Specialization. It will tell you how the pilot went and the appetite that the industry is having towards this qualification. Because remember, with us, we don't write qualifications for the industry, but we assist the industry to write their own qualifications. What you see on our website, it's written by the industry, not by the QCTO. We are just the facilitator of the process. So there was a question to say, will the industry not reject this qualification? No, they won't. You know why? Because they've written this qualification. I'll make an example. Automotive mechanic, it was completed in 2019 as a qualification, written from 2016, 2019. Last year, the retail motor industry of South Africa approached the QCTO just after the qualification was developed. And they told our CEO that that qualification was obsolete already. And I've made an example, wherein they were saying the qualification is only focusing on hybrid cars. AA research is saying by 2030, there will be so many electric vehicles. So they had to rewrite that qualification. As we speak, the qualification is under review. It has not been offered, but it has been reviewed. So that's how relevant and responsive this setup is becoming, because previously with the DHET, we never have the capacity to write qualifications. We had to source out the industry knowledge and all that and all that. But in this instance, we are saying, industry, you want these qualifications to be developed, come. Tell us, what do you want to be on topic 1? What do you want on topic 2? And then we will inform them to say, we must have the knowledge module, we must have the practical module, we must have the workplace module. That's how it's gonna be. There must be assessment, formative assessment. The interesting part is, students will only write summative assessment when they are ready, at the tail end. You're not gonna force students into examinations like we're doing now. Matrics are anxious wherever they are because they start writing next week. Whether they are ready or not, they will have to go and write. With our qualification, we say no. If you cannot reticulate this house, if you cannot wire this room, and if you can't install the aircon and it's a requirement, if you can't have outlets for sound and all that, you're not gonna be assessed. We will only assess you when you say to us, yes, now I'm ready. I can be able to electrify this hall. That's the approach that we are taking. Quite interesting. So change management, yes. The first phase was initiate and support. The next phase, we call it continuous improvement. This is between 2023 and 2022 and 2025. What we will be doing here, colleagues, is together with our stakeholders, we will be reviewing. Look, QCTO, it has got its own quality assurance policies. It has got its own quality assurance framework. We will be developing policies in line with that for these institutions to offer. As a collective, there's no top-down. We're gonna ask them and say, how do you want this to be done? They're gonna fit into that, we're gonna test that up until 2025. From 2025 to 2027, we will be on a pilot mode, but the role of the QCTO at the time, it will be quality assurance. From 2027 moving forward, we will not be coming to colleges and checking, no. SETAs will come and do that. They will come and quality assure the assessments. They will come and make sure that the students are having workplace. What we'll do as the QCTO will only get samples of their report and study and certify students on the basis of that. So there's another question from industry engagement. 3 weeks ago, is it Michelle, was it 3 weeks ago? Yeah, I was here in the same hall with the industry from around here. Not long ago, I was in Springbok with the industry around there. We are engaging with industry. And they like what they hear. Because with your legacy qualifications, our students are not exposed to what they are exposed in. And the beauty about our qualification is they are written by the same industry. They like what they have given to public, so there won't be any problems with regard to that. Phase out of NATED, it has been communicated widely. We're still gonna do more of that. And then we spoke about placement in the industry. Yeah, there's a lot of questions here. skills programs. I don't remember what was. Yeah, sometimes I don't even see my handwriting. There was a question from the district around the placement of students. Yeah, to say, in terms of what's currently happening, there are limited places for students. Colleagues, it's a reality. It's a reality. And I don't want to talk much about learnerships and placement, because we all know that was disastrous. We all know that we had students doing learnership. When he completes, he jumped to another one. When he completes that, he jumped to another one. And when he realizes 45 years old, he has not yet married, he has not yet worked, because they are pursuing stipends. That's one of the weaknesses of the system. And that's why we are moving forward, colleagues. And the minister is clear that we must stop offering these long, tedious programs that leads our students to nowhere. You offer qualifications that will lead them immediately to employment. If you were to offer hairdresser to students now, they should be able to walk out of the campus and put a placard at the gate at home and say, we do hair here, we wash your hair here, or we repair cell phones here. You know those kind of things, colleagues. That's exactly where we're supposed to be going. Because today, you have got a problem of a shoe that has got a weak sole, it needs to be repaired. Where do we go? To the same friends of ours. But when we grew up, colleagues, in our communities, there used to be people who will know that this old timer there at the corner is the one who's fixing windows. This one is the one who's doing shoemaking. That one is the watch. What happened to those skills? They are essential skills. We are not offering them. Yet we expect to be serviced when it comes to those. We want to have helpers at home, but there's not a single institution in this country that is preparing our unemployed mothers for them to become proficient helpers. No gardeners. We are unable to. So this is an area where we're supposed to be going on, colleagues, to say, let's offer programs that will lead to immediate employment. That a student without any, startup or anything, he should be able to start something and earn a living there. And I'm now moving to the last exclusion. I think we have spoken to that. And I want to speak to the issue of career guidance. The department has taken an approach. I think there's CATA that is out there. And it's going to be expanded, I think. Each and every institution, I think that's the vision. It must have that, young people who are able to guide students properly about careers. Not the old mistress who only knows nursing and teaching and. Because that's basically what is happening. And that's where the problem is when it comes to career counseling. We're having wrong people trying to advise students on careers. We have got limited knowledge, who don't know where the country is going, where the job opportunities are, and all that. For you to have proper counselors, they must on a regular basis be exposed to new knowledge, new careers, and all those kind of things. But you can imagine, I'm trying to think of a Mem Modise who was doing career guidance. The only things that she knew was the police, the nurse, the teacher, because those were the only careers that were available in our community. They were unable to tell us about things that we saw, the moment we have left schools. So some of us, we started seeing some of these things while we were at university. Say, you were doing accounting, what is this? Because where I was coming from, it was foreign. So these are some of the things, colleagues, that we're saying. We need a young cohort of people to advise these young people who will be able to tell more. I think qualification developed by industry. Okay, I think I've spoken to the issue of attitude, and that was raised to say. What was the question again? Was it not going to be cumbersome for us to? The practicability of that. Is it going to be practical to assess the students? Remember, we are no longer going to do mass enrollments. We're going to enroll students on the basis of workplaces that are available. There's no workplace, there is no offering of a qualification, unless if you say to us as Northern Cape, we have got a solar farm that we have developed to train students on solar. Do you understand that? You have created that simulated environment. Then we will accredit you on those bases. But where there is not even a single factory that is offered, that is, or for example, where the province is saying in the next 10 years there was no need for HR managers, and you want to offer that, we're no longer going there, colleagues. We're no longer going there. So qualifications now moving forward from 2027, when we'll be at full throttle, they will be based on the local needs. And this is where this committee, like I've said, this forum, it has got a very important role. Because you're supposed to be shaping what's offered in, you're supposed to be saying in Springbok, these are the qualifications that we are going to offer because there's ocean economy there. You're supposed to be saying, when it comes to Uppingtons, these are the qualifications that we are going to offer because of this trajectory that Mr. Lowe was showing in the morning. And we should be able to do that and guide each other, And it should not be the TVET colleges offering qualifications, but then they are unable to articulate upwards because the university is not offering. Now they have to go somewhere else to finish their thing. And colleagues, the minister is very clear. There will not be any private trade center that we are going to accredit. Trade centers are going to be in TVET colleges only, exclusively. And there will not be any learner who's going to leave Northern Cape to be trade tested in Gauteng. All trade tests will happen in, it's clear, it's actually saying no student should travel for more than 100 kilometers, but here's problematic. Yeah, because from your campus in Springbok to here, it's almost 4 hours. Yeah. So, but we will have those kind of, situations that are unique. But in essence, we're trying to simplify everything, and it's going to be practical, you see. Because these students, and this is what I was telling the colleges, to say, they must have the capacity to medically test the students. They must have the capacity to medically test the students before they are enrolled. You see? So that you know that this one is colorblind. This one has a shortcoming in terms of his lungs are not okay, so he cannot do this qualification. This one is short, he cannot do Melta. It's an incident, if you remember, at one of the copper mines there, where they said they couldn't take some of the students because they were short. Huh? Because you cannot work in a smelter if you are short. It exposes you to a risk. So these qualifications, they will stipulate all these things. And you will have to test the students if they are in line, because we are training them for the industry, not for ourselves. And that's what is important, colleagues. Program director, I can tell that people are hungry. They want to, they don't have more questions.
And I suggest you keep your mic, Mr. Pule. There's a follow-up here. And we've got 3 more questions from the online. So we are hungry, but there are more questions for you.
Thank you, Emily. I'm sure Mr. Pule will be happy. I'm not going to ask him questions, but I'm going to add on to the question about from Professor Twala about what was it about decolonization in nursing. I think we need to note that decolonization is necessary, not just in certain things. It's necessary in all aspects of our lives as Africans, not just South Africans. It is important to know that we need to change the way we acquire knowledge, the way we interpret knowledge, and the way we use knowledge, and the way we translate knowledge, because all of these things are not happening in the way we should do it as Africans. And I'm going to show you examples of this. About 3 years ago, I chaired an NRF panel at the KZN to look at the Center of Excellence for Indigenous Knowledge Systems. In that panel, it emerged, in fact, that there are certain elements of medicine which are now recognized that they're more superior in our African culture than they are in Western culture. One of those was, it's now evident that there are certain approaches to the treatment of AIDS and certain cancers where African medicine is more successful than Western medicine. And the question, of course, was, how is that going to be developed, the African medicine? Because there are no structural arrangements for the development of our African medicine. And so we met at King Edward Hospital, and the question was, okay, there are laboratories there, but the way Africans handle medicine and the way Westerners handle medicine is not the same. So if we bring African solutions to the laboratory, what structural arrangements need to be made in the laboratory to accommodate the way we handle our medicine compared to the Western medicine? That is one of the things that we need to. Now we're talking about nursing. The way Africans give birth and manage birth is different from the way Westerners do. For Africans, birth is a very important thing. It's not just a mechanical movement of a baby from the mother into the world. It is also a spiritual, what we call, exercise. So when a child is born by Africans, there are certain things that need to be done, not just about giving birth mechanically, but there are also spiritual things that also happen during the birth of a child. Now, in the hospitals, Western hospitals, there are no arrangements for Africans to do these things. And therefore, Africans have forgone these things that they are essential in terms of their, in terms of their spirituality. These are essential things, but now we've had to give them up because the hospitals do not have arrangements for us to do those things. So it is important that our nurses understand our culture, understand the value we put into these things, such as giving birth. And then there should be structural arrangements in the hospital to make sure that we can do those spiritual things. So that's what decolonization should be really about. And it's happening in everything. I'm just mentioning a few. Even us as biochemists, as researchers, the way we do biochemistry is not the same as the way we do it in a Western framework. We do it in a Western framework, but we're not doing the African thing. So we are basically, I used to say that we are Africans, we are scientists, we're African scientists working in Africa, but we are not doing African thing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. There are the online questions. If there are ARRS qualifications that are promoted in this OQSF, could the CHE also encourage, persuade, or even force universities to offer qualifications that are critical to the development of the country? Then the second one, in the Free State, there was an artisan training institute that was built. completed and officially opened, but even today, that institution has not opened its doors for even one student. How are we going to make sure that as a country, we do not waste scarce skills by building white elephants like the one built in Bloemfontein? The last one? It's just two, okay. Mr. Pule, those two are also for you. As brief as possible.
I'll be brief, Program Director. If the skill center that's been referred to in Bloemfontein is that of Motheo, it's open, it's operational. We are accrediting them on a number of qualifications. In actual fact, they're transferring a lot of qualifications that they were offering on other campuses to that center. So it's open, it's operational. I think a colleague must go and check if, but I'm speaking under correction. Maybe it's not the one that I'm speaking to. Yeah. And then in terms of ERRSS, colleagues, this one, it's a program of action for all the PSET sector institutions. Universities, they know, it has been communicated by the department. It's a blueprint that will assist in terms of dealing with the post-COVID issues. So everybody is expected to participate, and what I know is that NSF is readily available to fund any institution that will offer these questions, these qualifications without even applying. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pule. Are there any more hands, colleagues? Once, twice, gone. Okay. I can see him breathing a sigh of relief. Colleagues, just a few announcements. The first one is just to remind everyone that the seminar is being streamed live from the following platforms: on MS Teams, on UNISA Radio, and on YouTube. And then you can also follow us on social media platforms. On Twitter, it's at UNISA Radio, at UNISA Radio Midlands Region, or NCR TVET at Cape TVET. And then we are also on Facebook, UNISA Midlands Region. And then the other announcement, colleagues, is that as you complete the attendance register, kindly ensure that you include an email address, because evaluation forms will be emailed to all the attendees or the delegates. And as you know, that feedback is really important for continuous improvement. So your inputs and comments will be highly appreciated on those evaluation forms. As we move along with our program, we are towards the end, colleagues. We're almost there. The next item on our program is reflections from our former learners who were products of the PSET sector. They'll be sharing their experiences as newly appointed graduates. So I'm gonna call them all at once, if they may kindly follow each other in that sequence. And then please, if we can just stick to 5 minutes. I know it's a bit tight, but 5 minutes each one, just in case there are further questions after that. The first one will be Miss C.M. Klute, who is a product of our nursing college, and then followed by Mr. Ronald Isaacs, former UNISA student, followed by Miss Rochelle Passon, who is a former NCR Rural TVET College product. And then the last one is, will be connecting live, which is Miss Letitia Mukwen. 5 minutes, remember, colleagues. Ne? I'm going to switch off the mics if you exceed.
First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you for this amazing opportunity to speak to the current, the past, and the future graduates on my lived experience after 2 years as a community server and a product of Henrietta Stockdale Nursing College. I thought I was ready for my work upon completion of my qualification, ready in a sense of having the need to provide for my family. But on the other hand, I was psychologically unprepared for the huge task of taking responsibility for patients in totality. Yes, my qualification did prepare me for my job, but I wouldn't say adequately. Most of our training was practically based, and we were hands-on with a lot of things in the workplace. And that same people in the workplace used to take advantage of that opportunity, and they made us workforce at times. We had a lot of exposure to the services, and we had a lot of clinical hours to complete. We also had a lot of simulation practices. We had a sound base of theory, and as I said, practicals just made up most of what we learned. It was sometimes very difficult, and we went to a lot in nursing school. Most of the times we were placed in units that was really under-resourced and understaffed, and that made learning extremely difficult. There was time we literally had to put our books aside. One day you will be a student, the other day you will be workforce, so it was really overlapping at times. But I think that was the thing for me that grinded and molded me in such a way to be this practically perfect today. The fact that I'm standing here today is a living testimony that I coped and survived. In a nutshell, I adapted surprisingly well due to the support of my family, my former lecturers, and the current employed peers. Nursing school really prepared me to be a novice nurse with much more to learn. I already had a patient task and a lot of nursing care under my belt when I walked into KMUCHC for the first time on the 4th of January 2020. Nursing is difficult at times, and you have to go in it with everything, with your mind and with your soul. But it will take a few years perhaps to get the niche. But when you graduate, that's not the end of your journey. That's where it actually started. What surprised me the most was the level of autonomy that you as a newly graduate and a comm server used to experience in the ward. I had a lot of expectations and a lot of new ideas on how I was gonna make this work for myself. It was extremely challenging, it was stressful at the same time. I entered the services when COVID-19 was on its peak, and I had to kiss over COVID every day without any preparation. It was emotionally draining with no support from the workplace. I used to cry a lot sometimes, but with God by my side, I overcame a lot, and I still going to overcome whatever is coming my way. I just remember that each day is a roller coaster ride for the great souls employed in this profession. The college really provided me with a theoretical background and assisted me with practical experiences to equip me with the necessary skills and the knowledge to prepare me for my job. They train us to become critical thinkers, and that strengthens our minds to be able to cope in any situation. In your third year and your fourth year, there's a lot expected from you. And you really had to take responsibility, and you were sometimes held accountable for a lot of things that happen in the ward. They taught us not to be only task-orientated, but also to be problem solvers with the ability to give rationales for decisions that was made. The nursing institutions can do a few things differently. To prepare nurses for the future, I would say, let's kick off with proper simulation labs with updated equipment. We used to still practice on outdated mannequins while colleges are already so far ahead. Create more conducive environments for learners and teaching. Try and make e-learning part of the college. Bring technology into the college. We fought for books until our fourth year, and sometimes we literally had to study from copies that made learning really, really difficult. They can try to give students financial freedom, rather to buy their own books, uniformity for all and yard science students. It's almost an incentive to encourage students to learn. Employ more clinical facilitators to assist with continuous assessment. They can allow us to earn the same as higher education students because we had to cope with a 1.5, and some of us had really big responsibilities at home, and sometimes we had to pay or send that whole 1.5 home, and we left with nothing. Because sometimes you will be a student, as I said, and you will be workforce at the same time, and that really overlapped, and it was confusing in the workplace. We also need support from lecturers to offer after completion of this program in the clinical field. Clarification about the role of a student in workforce by SANC, as it causes confusion in the services and among students. Employers can also help newly qualified nurses to cope by allowing us to have induction in the workplaces. Continuous assessment can be done. Allow new qualified staff to go for training as well. Allow us to share our new ideas that come freshly from school. Also make us feel part of this learning, or that we are acknowledging learning. Employ more staff to prevent burnout and demoralization of staff. Be aware of ComServe bullying, guys, because we are really bullied sometimes when we enter ComServe. And that's really emotionally draining. Do not allocate ComService to big programs like HIV and TB and psych before finding them competent to prevent litigation. Stop allocating ComServe students on their own at facilities because of staff shortages. They still need to learn, and it can end there before it even started. No 2 days in nursing are alike. No 2 minutes are alike in nursing. Each nurse sees people come and go. People are sometimes at their most vulnerable and people who are at high spirits. But most of us are currently taking the strain emotionally and mentally because of our workplaces. En die laaste ding wil ek in my ma se taal sê. Ek is 'n baie lewenslustige mens. Ek is honger vir opvoeding. I have a mind full of new ideas. I love challenges. Ek is 'n ster by die werk. Ek is hardwerkend. And this is a very sensitive topic because we are currently stagnating now. We're holding NQF level 6 and we're literally lower than the level of the higher education. And it's not nice because we are going to stagnate with our new ideas. We just have to be now there and be workforce. So if someone can just give me clarity on that, because we cried a lot every day and we complain to each other, and our employed peers, we discuss this thing because we ask ourselves, what are we doing here? Really, we want to go further our studies, but we can't. We are literally stagnating now. Thank you.
Is Ms. Rochelle Passon here? The podium is yours, ma'am. Can you kindly come forward? Oh, it's a question. Okay, can we kindly take all the students first and then we'll give you a chance? Is she not here? Can we kindly connect Ms. Letitia Mukwena, our online, if she is available? Good afternoon, Mr. Mukwena. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much.
You've got 5 minutes.
No problem. First, I would like to apologize for not being there in person. And yeah, they can realize everything is possible. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Mukwena. We thank you for your time and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
If the colleagues can assist, there are 2 inputs on this side. Are there other inputs, colleagues? Okay, we're gone. So it's just the 2 hands. And then as they're making their inputs, can Mr. David Mulaudzi also prepare himself, who will be reflecting as a on a manager's experience on first-time employed graduates. So managing first-time and newly employed graduates. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Queen Sybil, and the surname is Siengu. I'm a HR manager at the Dr. Harry Suti Hospital in Uppington. I want to make an input on the reflection that came out of the presentation of Dr. Apollos. Standing here, I think it's actually good to speak after someone from the nursing profession spoke. And I'm standing today as an advocate. Normally I tell my colleagues I'm an advocate for the applicants, new applicants or interns that are coming from, institutions like these ones. But today I want to be an advocate precisely due to the question that was posed on why nurses are afraid of taking the initiative of going private and doing their own business. I'm also standing here as a person who's now, I'm repenting. As a manager who's responsible for training and development, when we do training as per workplace skills plan, professionals in the nursing fraternity, we align their trainings according to their profession. But what came out here today brought me to the awareness that we need also to take them to the business side. We have in hospitals, we have different career opportunities. You have the nurses, you've got doctors, you have your general support personnel. And the intention is always to groom the ones that were less, fortunate, if I can use that as a correct term. Your elementary staff, when they exit, we always look at giving them some basic, business trainings. But today I've seen the necessity for why it is necessary, it would be necessary, since we are in the game-changing environment. Also to teach our nurses, because we avail trainings like programs like emerging managers, foundation managers, executive manager programs. For the nurses as well. For us, we normally think that the nurses are at the forefront of benefiting in the Department of Health, in the fact that they can exit and return again. But never did we once think of them after 60 or 65. And for such initiatives like the Prof proposed, for them to have their own, clinics where such practices can be put forward. So those are one of the immediate training initiatives that we will be considering our nurses for. My second input would be also to our TVET colleges and high school representatives, if they are present here, to also benchmark with stakeholders like ourselves in the health profession. Because like I said, we're not only having the health professionals. And if you view the career exhibitions that are offered to learners at high schools, it is always the same things that are proposed to them. In the meantime, we have allied health professions, your occupational health, you have therapists in various, speech and hearing aid, audiologists, and you name them. We also have, and that one I want to refer to our college here, We have artisans working in hospitals. We have plumbers. We have millwrights. You know, people, we have electricians that we need, and we need to recruit, you know, skilled graduates for such programs. Lastly, I would want to come back to the sister who just made a very bold and emotional, you know, outcry. It is true that there are a lot of challenges that we have in the Northern Cape Department of Health. But be that as it may, I learned that she's from Kemus, and Kemus is only less than 40 kilometers away from Uppington. I'm not standing here to brag, and I'm also not recruiting. You know, our former MEC, who's late now, used to say we must not poach from each other. But if we have young graduates, and I'm always the one who's talking to the ones that are working in clinics, after your ComServe, to go and work in a clinic, it's like you're losing information that you would learn more, and whatever you've studied, you can give that back to a hospital facility. We've passed the stage where our junior nurses were told that you cannot be trained, wait for the seniors in front of you to be taken for training. Lately, we have the advantage of, in fact, the elderly ones telling you, but you are younger, you guys can go. So in our facility, we train the ones that are ready to go. And with that said, I'm not saying I'm recruiting you, but if you are interested, we can talk over lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the input. There was another hand in front, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm Professor MC Matlakala from UNISA, the Department of Health Studies. And I just want to say to our youngness, you are not alone. What is happening here, it's a nationwide problem. We are having so many challenges because of the differentiated landscape of nursing. But at this stage, the damage was done slowly over the years, and to fix that, we will still have to be patient, because this is a problem that is not specific to institutions only, also our professional body, also the CHE. But in the meantime, for one not to be stagnated, we have our professional societies where we can still continue to go and gain more knowledge on the specialties that we are currently holding. So as we are waiting for the calculation and the problems with articulation and so forth, I would advise that you keep on going through to what you have now. There's a midwifery society, you can learn much more. And these are some of the things that will actually lead you to opening up your own private practice, as indicated at the back now by the previous speaker. So it's really disheartening. I feel your pain, but this is just a nationwide problem. Let's regroup and work together as nurses. We will get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. There are two more hands. Mr. Kokong in front.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but it's a comment. In fact, it's a plea from the people who are listening on other platforms to Mr. Pule. The center that you have mentioned, that is in Bloemfontein, I think it's Muteo. I received the first message to say that your facts are not correct. Then I received the second one, then I received the third one. Those people that are in Bloemfontein as we are talking now, can we perhaps, for record purpose, to say that you will investigate and give the right information? You can give it through me, then I'll just make sure that we don't Perhaps the seminar will say we are not on the ground. The third one makes me believe that there's something that we are not aware of it. I'm not saying it's not opening. Perhaps if we can just get our facts together and later on correct whatever information is there. Thank you.
I think that's a fair way forward. He will investigate and give you feedback, Mr. Koko. Is that fair?
Very fair, ma'am. Yeah, we will
Can-
definitely do that.
Thank you. There is another hand there, Mr. Gibb.
Good day, colleagues. I'm Willie Dealey. I'm the Deputy Principal for Corporate Services here at the college. I just want to comment on what the ma'am from the hospital has said. Colleges, we are supposed to also establish, it's actually an instruction from the department, this industry advisory boards, you know, moving forward. And especially to address what Mr. Pulu also said, you know, that close cooperation moving forward between the college sector and the industry, because without industry, moving forward, we will actually be nothing. So we will definitely invite you, ma'am, to be part and parcel of the industry advisory board to be established at Upington campus. And then Mr. Puli referred to that marketing. We called it a marketing convention that we had 2 or 3 weeks ago here at Upington campus. And me and Michelle sitting here were part and parcel of the organizing team. And actually we struggle, you know, to get some of the theaters here to be here and form part and parcel of that very important initiative. And what was the purpose of that? The purpose of that meeting was so that we can explain what is our current offerings, but also where to we are moving. And Mr. Pule was part and parcel of that meeting also. Except from the theaters that we struggle to get here, we also struggle to get businesses here. The only mining industry that was here present at this forum was, I think it was Vedanta from the Makwaland. And they were really very interested in what we, you know, have informed them here about and where to we are moving. So it is our plea, it's really our plea that the industry must form part and parcel of the way moving forward. And the gentleman from MQA, I think you are from MQA, you are 100% correct. With the introducing of the NCV courses, we had a lot of trouble, you know. And I was at that stage the campus manager here at Upington campus. And it was difficult, you know, to get that message through to the industry that this is now the new, you know, curriculum that we are going to implement, because they exactly told us that. We are not knowing about this, you know. So I'm glad that Mr. Pule can, with his, you know, presentation, he could clear that message to you that industry from now on will be part and parcel of this whole process. Me and Michelle was also part of a group that visited the Netherlands, you know, a month ago. And there was a university there that we visited, the Haas University. That was actually established by, you know, the industry and is running by the industry and is very, very, very successful. And the way forward, if colleges want to be successful, they must be able to network. And if they can't network, you know, they will struggle a lot going forward with all the new developments that is going to take place. I just want to inform you also, the minister has, 2 or 3 weeks ago, he had an industry meeting with all the 50 principals and industry in Cape Town, informing them that they must open their doors for the learners, the students of the TVET college. And he's still driving that initiative very strongly. So industries sometimes come to us and say, or the notion is there that you are currently TVET colleges, you are currently offering courses that are outdated. But we want to tell them now, come now, and tell us what is it that we we must offer to you. And sometimes it's a struggle to get them here. Because I've experienced that myself when we arranged that marketing convention 2 or 3 weeks ago. So if they can be part and parcel of this PSET forum also moving forward, and especially if I've listened to what Mr. Hendrik Louw has spoken about, they must be part and parcel of an initiative like this so that we can forge partnerships and moving forward. I've also spoken during the break with the doctor there from Henrietta Stockdale. It's important that we as a TVET institution must also, have links with them to give our students that opportunities moving forward. So yeah, and especially also with the universities. We have to upskill our lecturing staff, our engineering staff. Some of them, they have the occupational qualification. They are academically qualified, but not professionally qualified. So sometimes for them, it is a struggle to, they know what they are doing, but it's sometimes a struggle to just transfer that knowledge more effectively and efficiently to the students. So there's no institution in the Northern Cape currently offering TVET qualifications, professional qualifications to our lecturers. And I know we have Solplaatje here, UNISA's also in the Northern Cape. So I want you to have a look also at that. So that, because our lecturers, the department at this stage don't want them to do the generic, qualifications, the post-grad qualifications and so on, that are more school-based qualifications. So I want you to have a look also at that, assisting our lecturers, especially our engineering lecturers, to be able to transfer their knowledge more effectively to our students. Thank you. That is my input with regards to this whole session. Yeah, thank you.
Is Mr. David Mlaudzi in the house? Okay, can we welcome Mr. Mlaudzi, colleagues, to the front?
Thanks for this opportunity that we as Molman we have been given to come in front of everyone and share with you the experience that we are experiencing in the workplace. Okay, my name is David Mlaudzi. I am from Molman. Molman, we are in the mining sector. I do have 30 years experience in the mining industry, and I've grown up in the mining industry, starting being an apprentice. Currently, I am heading the technical department of Molmans. And I was so happy when I was engaged with Mr. Pule. And I've been invited today to come and share with you what I'd like to give as a background. We, as an industry, we do have a lot of challenges, especially with the graduate and the youngsters. Because those youngsters, they are coming, remember we have been born before the technology. When they come to the mining industry, in terms of their qualification, they are very high than most of us. So immediately they enter the industry, they will coming with high expectations, which is not what we are offering to them, and that becomes a challenge. Okay. I have prepared the following. I do have, I think, 5 or 7 slides, and I'm going to be very straight to the slide, and it's very simple. I'm not sure how can I project this for you guys and the colleagues. Can you please up? Remember, I told that I was born before the technology, so I'm behind.
Do you have any wisdom USB?
I don't know.
Do you have email here? Can you just quickly give it to us and then we can see something? Or can you email it? I'll email it and then when I want to.
While we are waiting for the connectivity, I think most of my slides have been covered by the previous speakers. You will see during the presentation that some of them have been covered, some of them are not. The first question as we are waiting for connectivity was to say, those graduates, are they ready to be absorbed in the market or to go into the world of work? And one can say no. And I believe you will ask me why am I saying no. There are a lot of factors that we need to look at too. I was so glad when I had Mr. Pule when we were engaging, and I believe we will engage more. If you look at our legislation currently, it doesn't force us as employers to say how many learners are you going to take, like the employment equity. If I take 4, I'm fine. But how many does the TVET have produced? Thousands and thousands. I've only absorbed 4. So that is the challenge in terms of, as I said, the legislation is a problem. We'll have to go and look at to say, in terms of, if you look at the birth rate in South Africa, the number of the learners that are at the TVET, is it matching what is the company absorbing? If not, we'll have to see how can we deal with that situation. That's why we said, we feel that it's more important to go back to our legislations, force us as an employer to say, take so many learners, this is what the TVET are producing, take them. The other thing is the workplace, which I believe Mr. Pule have raised that one, in the new qualification, which the learner, for them to enter the program, they must have a secured workplace. The other item is about the institution, because the institution is there to give us the fundamentals. But if you look at with the new qualifications, things have completely changed. Mr. Pule have indicated to say the private trade test center is falling away. The question is the TVET college ready? Because we might have those big ideas, but if the college are not ready, we're going to go back again. We talk about the graduate, those learners that we are preparing. Are they accountable when they come to the world of work? Are they committed? Remember, there are those youngsters that are there to say, I just want to get my P1 and my P2 so that I can leave this thing. They are not committed. They are just there to get what they want. Okay, this is a slide that I was referring to just now. So it's of vital importance, those government, the institution, together with the employers, to come down, sit around all the table and say, how do we have to help these youngsters that are coming up in the market? Since I sit here, I hear everybody is talking about the qualification alignment. It's true. We, the employers, have realized that we are ahead of what the institution is giving. When these kids are coming into the market, they are behind. We sit with the problem, you cannot employ the little kid, and it's not his fault. One reason is, if you look at the technology, when I grew up in the mining industry, though some of us were here in terms of blasting, we used to drill and charge the phases. Nowadays, we talk about technology that is there. Are we giving this technology in the foundational phase so that when they come to the world of work, they understand what is going on there? If you look at in terms of, I am a diesel mech by qualification. What I have learned many moons ago, it's what is happening there in the face. We look at the business improvement. These learners must learn those things from the beginning stage or in the fundamental stages. We said, look at the institution, outdated fundamentals. The learner will come to the workplace, you interview the poor learner. He was never been taught about those things. And it's a miracle to him. No practical. Let me give an example with the guys that are doing from the varsity. They do have fundamentals. Do they have practicals? And I was so glad when I heard Mr. Pule when he's talking about the knowledge component, the practical component, and the workplace exposure. Those three things, they go hand in hand. You cannot separate those three things. But in the olden days, what do? We do have the fundamentals, which is your knowledge component. Where is your practical? The learner is going to come, he's having a degree. You cannot say to the little boy, clean the floor. He's going to tell you, who are you, sir? I got a degree. Inexperience of the lectures. I remember one day I visited one of the college and I was waiting to see one of my learners. And you imagine what the lecturer is saying to the learner. And you realize, what he's saying is wrong, completely wrong. But remember, by the virtue that is a lecture, they cannot step in and say you are wrong. But what type of seed is he implementing to those kids? When he's coming for the interview, what the learner have told him, he's going to give it to us. We said, you are wrong one. The poor little boy got the information, he tried to come and show us, and we said no. And he's not wrong, the little boy. So what we are saying with that, we said, what if the DVET college come to the mining industry or wherever in all the industries, sit with us. We, the industries, must go to the college and try and plow back what we have learned we have fundamentals from the college, what we have learned practically, we go plow back to the college. But we are not doing that. We, the industry, will sit back, the college, they are there. These, after we produce this student, we give them to the market. And we said, this is not what we want. But we are failing to blame ourselves as industries. Facilitators, we said, I think it's a campus manager, he said, we as industries, we should be able to say the facilitators that are there at the college, at the university, come to us as an industry. I remember I've hosted 2 or 3 guys from this college. When they come to our area, it was a miracle. Graduate adapting to the work environment or workplace environment. We said there's a lack of maturity. I so impressed when I look at the new qualifications. In the olden days, when you come to the TVET, you just go straight to the fundamentals. They don't even expose you what is going to happen in the world of work. If you look at now, if you are a diesel mechanic, you need to they need to give you exposure in terms of the rights of employees. But during olden days, we didn't have that one. And by preparing those learners, it makes them, when they come to that other world, they are so matured in such a way they understand what is expected from them. Lack of commitment. And I've listened to some of our colleagues here. They said, one learner is going to do one program to another program until he gets 45 years. Because he's not committed, he doesn't know where to go. Because we were not prepared nicely. I remember those years when I went to college, I went with thousands on the line. And that old man stand up and said, diesel mechanic, we raise up a hand. When we go there, we realize, this diesel mechanic, they work with oil. I said, this is the wrong trade that I'm going to. Inappropriate balance between theory and practical. When the learner, they go to the higher institution, let me give an example with a degree. They study the whole 4 years theoretically. When they come to us, when we have to give them practical, those learners, they cannot balance between the theory and the practical. Inadequate fundamentals. With the fundamentals, what we are trying to say, let's align our curriculum with what the market is expecting from us. Benefit of the tertiary. I mean, those tertiary, we cannot say they're not doing very well. They are doing very, very well. If you don't have fundamentals, you cannot approach whatever what you want to do. The personal growth is there. You look at to the increase of marketability. Even though we are saying there is a lack of there, but out of what we are having now is because of this, what we get from the tertiary institution, preparing them for the world of specialized. I realized during my time, I have to learn biology, but I didn't like biology at all in my lifetime. And where does biology features on me now? No way. Curriculum reform. What we are saying here, if you look at all the slides, we are saying it will be possible if we align our curriculum with the employment market so that the TVET mustn't be behind. There must be always, if you look at the next slide, the TVET must be ahead or the university must be ahead of the market. And it makes those learners to fit in nicely into the market. Institution must hire a personnel with enough exposure. Like as I said, what I've seen in the TVET college, the fact that doesn't have an exposure. A facilitator is talking about the final drive, and he projected a gearbox. Adequate relationship between the industry and the institution. I think, Mr. Pule, I think from your office, you need to make sure that we as an employer, we do have a duty to go to the college, go back to the university. For argument's sake, as I said in my first slide, imagine the TVET college has got thousands and thousands of learners, and I'm going to take only 3. Where are we planning where the rest is going to go to? The challenge that we are experiencing, we as an employer, as I said, the alignment of the attitude from the institution to the workplace. Those youngsters, when they come to the workplace, I feel sorry for my sister when she was presenting here. At some point, you must expect, if you go in a very smooth path, you're not going to learn. The rough terrain that you always go through, that prepares you. Because if you're going to move smooth, and you expect everything to be smooth, and when everything becomes smooth, you're not going to learn out of it. Because it's smooth, everything is there. But once it becomes tough, then you'll have to improvise to say how to get out of this. Low confidence. Those youngsters, when they come to us, they got very low confidence. Because of us, the old people. When he came to me, I said, you are 14 years. What are you going to tell me? My youngest boy is 15 years. Who are you? Overestimating themselves. I'm sitting with a doctorate. When you got N1, who are you, chief? And we tend to forget it. There's no university that is going to teach you experience. The experience is a process that you need to acquire. During acquiring that experience, there are rough terrains and smooth terrains. Self-determinations. Our learners doesn't have that. Low vision. As I had Mr. Pule, a youngster is going to have 4 learnership the rest of his life until he gets age of 45. Because he doesn't have a vision. Where am I going to? I was in some areas. You go each and every corner, there's a car wash. But there's another place where there's no car wash. People are saying, but we don't have money. We cannot do nothing. Because we don't have vision. If this TVET college, or all the TVET college, can produce a mechanics, and each and every corner of this location, there are mechanics, but we all want to be going employed by Moolmans. Is going to carry all of us? The answer is no, because we don't have vision. Where are we going? Lack of accountability. One youngster, we give him a laptop. It's a graduate engineer, an engineer with BSc. That boy take his laptop to the Shebid. Then he just break the laptop. The next morning he came, they break my laptop. Because he doesn't have accountability. He doesn't understand. Clear development program. We as an employer, those young stars, when they qualified or they get a degree, we will say, don't worry, come here. We're going to expose you in the world of work. When they come to our area, we just put them there. We forgot about them. But after 5 years, maybe they signed 5 years contract. We wait, said, what did you gain? But we tend to forgotten that we don't have a clear program. Because if you do have a clear program, the poor learner will know that in the next 6 months, I'm going to this department. After 5 years, I know where I'm going to be. But we as an employer, we don't have a clear program. Oh, sorry. Future workplace, including myself that I'm standing here, together with the department. If you look at, we've got a lot of projects around here. For argument's sake, the solar plant that is here. Did we ever develop a career that is focused on the solar plant? You go to the solar plant, they are training electricians. Is it relevant to that solar plant? We got a lot of projects that are around here. If all of us, we join hands together, we'll make different. So what I'm trying to say at a nutshell is, together as a team, don't look at the government. I've been in a lot of communities around here and wherever where I'm coming from. Every time when things doesn't work, the government, where are we going to start to blame ourselves? What did we do? Me as a family, if I'm working and my son is at home, he's not going to school, he's not working. But every day in the morning, I wake up in the morning, I am going to the training center, imparting knowledge to another, to one of the learners, but I'm leaving my kids behind. What is that kid is going to do tomorrow? My kid. So what I'm trying to say in general is, we've got a lot of projects around here. I was so pleased when I heard the economic development. They are talking about big projects. But it should start with us, yeah? To say, we need to do something out of it. The internet, I remember some many moons back when the employer, my first employer, when they gave me a desktop, I said, hey, my chief, you are wrong. I was in the union at some time. When we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, me standing here in front of you, I said, hey, Mr. Government, go back. We don't want those things. The same person that is saying that, I was having a smartphone by that time. I'm implementing the fourth industrial revolution. But I said to the government, we don't want it. I heard Mr. Pule was talking about cell phone repairs. This is not things that just come now. We did see it, it's coming. But what are we doing? Our friend is gonna come and take and go. So that is end of my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Malaudzi, for those reflections. And I do believe that the TVET colleges, together with the funders that funds those learners, we are noting those challenges. And clearly this does necessitate considerations for all, especially the sitters, to consider the work readiness programs. Colleagues, we are there, almost. A little long, few more seconds. We'll be concluding our program for the day. This moment, we'll call through Ms. Khomojo Muipulai, who is a senior education specialist from the Department of Higher Education and Training in the Northern Cape Regional Office. Ms. Muipulai is going to take us through the reflections for the day. I think she stepped out. Oh, sorry. I don't see you. Can we welcome her, colleagues? Without interrupting the welcome, just a short announcement, a reminder to include your email addresses in the attendance registers, because there was also a request for the presentations to be emailed through. So in order to receive them, ensure that your email address is included in the attendance register. And then there is a bonus, the seminar bonus. That's what the media team at the back, they call it. Immediately after Ms. Muipulai, they will play that the seminar bonus, which is the walk down the memory lane of the 2019 Northern Cape PSET seminar. So as they are playing that bonus video, Memabo, if you may kindly make your way forward to do the closing remarks. That means, colleagues, as I step down here, I will not be coming. Thank you very much for your attention and your cooperation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As it has already been said, I'm Khomojo Muipulai, and I was allocated 10 minutes initially, but it has been cut down to 5 minutes, so I'll have to be very speedy. Looking back at the presentations since yesterday and from this morning, all that we can be aware of is that everything rotates around jobs, the economy, access, and in order for us to win that, we should acknowledge that we do have a challenge. And the challenge that we have it's the ecosystem. And from the presentations, the people are aware that we need to begin to work towards working together. So in his presentation this morning, Mr. Hendricks touched on the job-creating projects, the economy-boosting projects that are in the Northern Cape. The projects that will grow the GDP. So it is important to advance the economy of the province substantially. In that, expansion will be needed in the primary sector, in the secondary sector, and in the tertiary sector. So he spoke about what in the Northern Cape is being done. That is now, he spoke about 5 frontiers, 1 to 5, and that the province is focusing on frontier 1, which is about green hydrogen, which is going to be, or which is being incorporated in the South African economy. So the Northern Cape green hydrogen utilizes renewable energy, and it's about renewable energy and use of, it's going to be used in transportation. Energy and green hydrogen will be used in transportation. He indicated that the local industry has potential of reaching about 20 billion rand. So we need to acknowledge that as a province, we are having an economy that is growing. And the projects that are involved is the Boegeberg, that boosts the Northern Cape GDP. We've got the Priska Power Reserve, and then the Boegeberg is looking at combination of resources and energy to supplement each other. And the Northern Cape Industrial Corridor, which is in Uppington and in Amaqualenk, it's also an economic zone. So in preparation for the life of mines, because the mines will come to an extinction at some point, there is one other project that is being looked into is construction and the auxiliary sector. So with regard to the Boegeberg project, it was an unlocked economic cluster, and it is a South African export destination. And it is the industry that is creating employment for not only the Northern Cape, but for the entire country. And the developments there, the benefits and development initiatives that are being taken is to focus on the hydrogen-specific skills required. And then there is a signed-off project in Priska of power projects and some other projects that have been signed off. So basically, the projects that are in existence in the Northern Cape has got a potential of creating about 1,500 jobs. And then the second speaker was now Mr. Charles Pule, who presented the new policy, the OQSF, that he presents as the game changer. And he started off by, referring to what the Minister of Basic Education normally says. The Minister of Basic Education normally speaks about the dropout rate of students who have started at grade 1, but by the time they reach the final grade of schooling, then they have dropped out. So that dropout is not only experienced in schools, but also in the PSET, especially the TVET and the CET. And he spoke more about the TVET. He spoke about the restructuring or the restructuring of the TVET sector. It was restructured in order that it can respond to the needs of industry or the workplace space. the old TVET, or which was actually the FET, you would find that the graduates would end up unemployed. So as a result, white paper, the PSET white paper, post-schooling education and training white paper, looked into restructuring the sector so that it can address the issue of misalignment, where the graduates will end up being able to be absorbed in the workspace. So when it was restructured, the TVET graduates were developed or were produced to either be self-employed or be able to be employed in the workplace. He spoke more also on the new NQF. The new NQF, it's now has got three components, and the one, it's just as it was always is the GET that is being overseen by Umalusi as a quality assurer. And then we have the higher education that is being overseen by the Council on Higher Education. And then the new component, it's now the OQSF that is now falls under QCTO. So that is now, so the new qualifications are going to, or the qualifications are going to be based on the new qualification framework. So that is intending to look at ensuring the production of graduates that will be employed. So, and he also spoke about the phasing out of, traditional or old qualifications, and that the inception of new qualification will be looking into qualification that has got knowledge and application. So he emphasized the importance of, when doing the PQM, your program qualification mix as institutions, you must make sure that your qualifications that you introduce in your institutions respond to the needs of the workplace. The third presenter was now Dr. Apollos, who was talking on producing nurses for the modern, growing, and successful province. She gave a package of what nursing is all about. She mentioned three components of that, which is the health, the actual nursing, and the nursing education. And she made mention of the multiple challenges that the nurses are faced with, or maybe rather the profession is faced with, the technological, the psychological, and you name them. Nurses are required to be innovative and keep up with times, just as with other professions. We need to change, and we need a radical change from doing things into the new world. So that, and central to that, it's the moving from manual operations to technological operations. And we also need to be capacitated around that. She spoke about the old technology, those blood pressure machines, and you know them, they moved away from that, and that is how we see the evolution of nursing. There is also a great need for the redesigning, restructuring of the entire nursing profession as a result. And with that, there are recommendations made, and around the recommendation, it's important, it's now the introduction of technology, making sure that they are more technological, making sure that the resources will be available, because one thing she mentioned, that nurses need to be everywhere. It doesn't matter how deep rural you are, you need to be there. So we need to have resources everywhere where you are needed. And whatever will be introduced, technology will be introduced, should be accessible, should be flexible, should be relevant, and so on. The last presenter that we had for the day, except for those that were reflecting, was Mr. Sipho Mampi. I was going to say something about you, Mr. Mampi, but now time is against me. Thank you, Mr. Mampi. You are a good teacher. You taught us what tourism is. And you know, he started off by giving a definition of what tourism is. Something that sometimes we tend to overlook things and you don't look into them deep so that you can get a certain interpretation of what they are or what they are about. So he gave a definition of what tourism is, and he said it as activities of persons traveling, staying in places outside their own environment, and important to that, affecting and creating jobs. He spoke about the tourism sector, the tourism economy having two legs, the one being, or two arms, the one being the tourism sector and the other the tourism industry, and how tourism affect those areas directly and indirectly. I will not go deep into that. It went to the impact of COVID-19 to tourism, that it affected it negatively, and then what happened since the beginning in March 2020, since the beginning of the hard lockdown, and then that the ports of entry were closed, and we started going virtually, and then the department also did a survey on that impact, and then discovered that Northern Cape outperformed, the national average in terms of foreign arrivals, and there was a decrease in tourism arrivals, and that affected the economy. And he reported on the Northern Cape foreign and domestic arrivals that there was a decrease, and since 2021 there has been a recovery on foreign tourism, and domestic tourism arrival was in the Northern Cape better as compared to other provinces. And then the ports of entry in the Northern Cape is the airlines that is in Kimberley and in Uppington. They were also affected. Jobs were lost, and in mitigation for the loss of jobs, they boosted competitiveness. They looked at domestic and regional markets, and also there is the other thing that they looked at is now the response of private sector to COVID-19, how it responded to COVID-19. It was also affected negatively, where some businesses could not continue, and then they scaled down, they closed down. Some people, sold their properties, and there was a bad relationship between government and the private sector, and but eventually it's beginning to reverse itself, but very slowly. But now the recommendation after the survey, based on the survey that was done, is that there should be collaboration with institutions to look at how tourism can help enhance economic development and transformation, and also to raise the profile of tourism as a career. I thank you.
Am I supposed to hold the mic? Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I can say much, I have some announcements to make. First, when I finish, lunch will be served on the same place that we had our tea this morning. There is an attendance register somewhere at the back. If you haven't signed the attendance register, please do so. And if you did not write your email address, please do so. We will be emailing you the evaluation form, and we are pleading with you to return those evaluation forms, because they are the one that will be telling us whether we did good or did not good, where to improve and where not to improve. The last announcement is that the cruise boat that we talked about yesterday is still happening. It's happening today at 6, and we have to arrive there at 5:30. So if you're still interested, it's 150 rand per person, and there is a cash bar. You're not allowed to bring alcohol on board. And if you're interested, as we leave, there is a paper outside where you can just leave your name, so we know how many people will be going. Having said that, and having watched what was on board here, it reminds me of 4 years ago when we were in the same place, doing this for the first time, where we were doubtful that it will ever be successful, and it did. And that time it was even better because we had those kids that were dancing. We had a gala dinner, which I would really like to apologize that we couldn't do it this year because we didn't get a sponsorship for that. But I know next year somebody will come with that sponsorship, so our guests that are here can be kept busy after. We continue with speeches. It's not just a party. We continue with speeches, but we make it a little bit less intense as it is during the day. So next year, as everybody else was talking forth in the revolution, we are planning to have a gala dinner, and with the theme where everybody else will come dressed like a, what is that, the robo what? No, we will announce it properly. Sisenji said I should not really say it now, but it will be nicer so that people can go and get those costumes, you know. But it has to be like a technology thing, fourth industrial revolution. You have to show that next year. So we will be really looking into that. The fourth Northern Cape PSET Forum started 4 years ago. Today is the fourth time, and then we are at the end of it. Where I'm standing, this was a success. I'm not so sure what others are saying, but I will hear with hands if you feel it was a success. Thank you. It was not an easy path. It's difficult to run something like this, more especially because the forum is not an organization. It's members from different institutes who are volunteering their service to be part of the forum. Forum that does not have funds, and everybody else has to keep on going, dig at home and say, please, I need to go to a meeting, I need to do this. And it's not an easy thing. At some point, I was even scared that it's not going to happen this year. And it's happening, and it's worth every pain and challenge that we went through. My role here is to thank everyone who came. If all of you were not here, this thing wouldn't have been a success. I would like to thank the Honorable Premier in his absence, and say to the Premier, we heard you. After the seminar, we'll go back, we'll look into everything, all the speeches, we'll come up with resolutions, and we'll put up action plans and come up with a report that we will give you with everything in it. To Mr. Sego, thank you for always opening doors for us. When we come here and say, can we use your venue, you always allow us to do that. And I would really appreciate if you can really extend the gratitude to your staff. When we arrive here, they become part of us. They don't, you wouldn't even know who is a staff member, who is a member of the forum, but you will just see that these people are working with us. They become us. Thank you very much for that. I didn't hear you clap when I was talking about the premier. So this is for the premier. I'm also a BBT here. Okay. I think I missed a slide here, yes. Mr. Butcher came here yesterday and was asked to lead this seminar, was the person who was supposed to set up the path. And he did a very good job. He is a very good leader. At the end of the day, everybody else followed what he said. No one really got out of the road. No one was railed. Everybody was really on the path that he said. I'm not, is he still here today? Is he gone? He reminded us of Malusi, not Umalusi, Mr. Pule, Malusi, who was never given the opportunity and had all the talent, but because he was never given the opportunity, and that there are so many Malusis out there. We know we had you. As we are sitting and making taking resolutions and making actions, we will consider that. Dr. Green, who really emphasized the issue of policies that are overwhelming and where people who are implementing on the ground are never really given the chance to really say what is it that has to happen. It is more about being told what to do than being given that opportunity to say, we will look into that as we are doing our resolution. And then Prof. Ntosa, I hope I pronounced it, I wrote it right. Before I even say much about you, you know the picture at the bottom, when you started talking, I got scared. You said the old must go out and the new must come in. I hope you're just talking about the system, not the people. You were not throwing us old people out. It was more about the system. We had you, your strong emphasis on the road, where we come from, to say everything that we are learning in English, in the English style, we have been doing it here at home. How about we look back and say, how did we do this? How is it that it really worked? There was no school for a cow or a cattle body parts, but our parents knew that, and they knew what part does what. And then we're not considering such things. We are looking at how an Englishman or a European is learning, and we're learning that way. Say that we had our own way of learning. Can we also revisit that? We had you, Prof. Ms. Van Wyk came to us with articulation. As I said to Ms. Van Wyk yesterday, we will still need to sit with you as a forum. So just to clarify some of the things before we commit to resolutions and the action plans. So we hope your door will still be open then, and this will go for all our speakers who, when we go back and listen, because we recorded everything and we feel like there is something that needs clarity, we'll still knock at your door for your clarity. Please leave that space for us to can come in. Mr. Law this morning came to us and said, look, there is a lot of projects in the province, and this can create jobs, but you need people that qualifies to do those jobs. And when Mr. Pule was talking, was addressing that let's look, so we will be knocking at your door, Mr. Pule, to say, if we have this project and the Northern Province has to benefit from it, the learners has to be prepared to close these gaps. How do we do that? How fast can this be done, and what doors to knock at? Then came the famous Mr. Pule, who took over the event. At some point, I wish we had a different session for him, which is not part of the seminar, because it looked like whatever he was putting on the table was really, really people really like that. Mr. Mampe came here with statistics and was trying to be very nice to say, it's not as bad as it was. It is better, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We appreciate that, and then we'll also look into the challenges that you talked about and say, how did they affect the PSET sector? We have our students that talked, we have the industry that talked. We appreciate everything that you said, and then the reflection where people can see that this is real. We saw how emotional our little girl was. It shows that this is real, it's a reality, is not, we're not staging, we're not in a movie or something, it is real. I will make a mistake if I don't really thank the sponsors who really made this possible. Those all organizations that put something in the table to make sure that there is food to feed the people, there are tables to sit on, there is systems like what we are using right now. You can see that we really are there, the fourth industrial revolution. People are looking at us all over the world as we speak, and somebody had to pay for that. So we appreciate and we thank you very much. The PSET Forum, the PSET Forum. Your patience, your hard work, your commitment, your being there with differences, and we overcome differences, we move on in one spirit. I really cannot thank you more than I'm thanking you right now. Thanks for everything that you have done. Thanks for your dedication. If I had other words, I will use them. That's the best I can say. It is an honor to declare this seminar officially closed. Thank you.